This video was made thanks to this awesome request. Thank you for the title suggestion, and happy watching.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to Quirkless. If you're a fan of My Hero Academia, especially awesome fanfiction stories all about Deku, you're definitely in the right place. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your fellow anime fans, and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, if you have an awesome idea or title for the next fanfiction video, drop it in the comment below. I'd love to read your suggestions. And hey, if you want to support the channel even more and keep me extra motivated to create awesome content, consider joining our channel membership. By becoming a member, you'll unlock cool perks like exclusive loyalty badges and custom stickers you can use in the comments. If you've already joined, thank you so much. Your support truly means the world to me and helps keep this channel going. Alright, let's get right into the story.
Izuku Midoriya had always been fascinated by heroes. Even after the doctor told him that he was quirkless, that fascination never disappeared. He still watched hero broadcasts. He still filled notebooks with observations. He still memorized the abilities of professional heroes and imagined what it would be like to stand among them one day. But after his diagnosis, his dreams changed. At first, they were ordinary. He dreamed about running through Musudafu. He dreamed about rescuing people. Sometimes he dreamed about standing beside All Might. Then, one night, everything changed. Izuku was 4 years old when he experienced his first strange dream. He opened his eyes. There was no bedroom, no ceiling, no bed, no sound of traffic outside the window. Instead, he stood on an enormous platform floating in a sea of light. Red, blue, yellow, green, black, white, pink, gold, silver. Thousands of colors moved through the endless space around him. Energy flowed like rivers through the darkness. Izuku slowly turned around. Where am I? His voice echoed. Then, whom? A massive pillar of light appeared several meters away. Izuku took a step backward. A figure emerged from the light. He wore a red and white suit. His helmet concealed his face. Izuku stared. A hero. The stranger didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised one hand. A glowing symbol appeared between them. Izuku's eyes widened. What is that? A voice finally reached him. This is the Morphin grid. Izuku stared at the endless lights surrounding him. The Morphin grid. Yes. What is it? The figure looked toward the endless horizon. The source connecting every ranger. Izuku's eyes immediately sparkled. Every ranger. The figure nodded. Izuku's excitement immediately overwhelmed his confusion. Then are you a Power Ranger? Yes. Izuku took another step forward. Which one? The ranger remained silent for several seconds. Then, red. Izuku's mouth fell open. The Red Ranger. The ranger nodded. Izuku immediately reached for the notebook that wasn't there. What kind of power do you have? Where did you get your morpher? What kind of Zord do you use? How does the Morphin grid work? Can you travel between dimensions? Are there other rangers here? The Red Ranger stared at him. You ask many questions. Izuku froze. Sorry. The ranger approached. You have been chosen. Izuku blinked. Chosen. The grid noticed you. Why? Because you continue trying to become a hero despite having no quirk. Izuku lowered his head. But I can't become one. Who told you that? Izuku looked up. The doctor. And you believed him? Izuku hesitated. I don't know. The ranger extended his hand. Then learn. The world suddenly disappeared. Izuku found himself standing inside an enormous training arena. Metal platforms stretched across the floor. Targets appeared from every direction. He barely had time to react. Boom. A training drone fired an energy projectile. Izuku ducked. The projectile flew over his head. Another drone appeared behind him. He turned around. Too late. The drone struck him. Izuku fell onto the floor. Ow! The Red Ranger stood several meters away. Again. Izuku slowly stood. Again. Again. The first dream lasted what felt like hours. The second lasted longer. Then the third. Every night, Izuku returned. The training changed constantly. Sometimes he fought drones. Sometimes he crossed obstacle courses. Sometimes he had to protect civilians represented by holographic figures. Sometimes he had to identify the safest route through a battlefield. The Red Ranger rarely praised him. When Izuku succeeded, good. When he failed, again. When he complained, again. When he became frustrated, again. Izuku gradually learned. He learned how to move without wasting energy. He learned how to keep his balance. He learned how to observe an opponent before attacking. He learned that protecting someone wasn't simply about defeating the enemy. One night, he stood before a training scenario containing dozens of simulated civilians. 3 giant machines appeared. Izuku immediately ran toward the nearest machine. The Red Ranger stopped him. Wrong. Izuku turned. Wrong. Look. Izuku looked around. The machines weren't attacking him. They were attacking the civilians. Izuku's expression changed. He immediately changed direction. He grabbed one holographic child and carried them away. Then another. Then another. The machines continued firing. Boom. Boom. Izuku moved between the civilians, constantly changing direction. He didn't attack once. After the final civilian reached safety, the entire battlefield disappeared. Silence returned. The Red Ranger walked toward him. What did you learn? Izuku was breathing heavily. Being a hero isn't always about fighting. The Ranger nodded. Correct. Izuku smiled. The dreams continued for years. The number of instructors increased. One night, Izuku found himself standing before another ranger. This one wore black and white. Another wore blue. Another wore yellow. Another wore pink. Each taught something different. One taught hand-to-hand combat. Another taught swordsmanship. Another taught teamwork. Another taught rescue techniques. Another taught him how to remain calm when surrounded by enemies. Izuku absorbed everything. He didn't become a master immediately. He made mistakes. He fell. He lost. He started over. But every night, he returned. In the real world, Izuku's mother began noticing something strange. Her son slept more peacefully than before. He stopped waking up crying after nightmares. Instead, he sometimes woke before sunrise. His hair was messy. His eyes were tired. And his first question was always the same. What time is it? Inko would smile. Still early. Good. Then Izuku would go back to sleep. She never knew what happened inside those dreams. At the age of 8, Izuku's training became significantly harder. He was standing inside a massive arena. This time, the Red Ranger wasn't alone. Several legendary rangers stood around him. Izuku recognized some of their colors and equipment from the television shows he had watched. His eyes widened. All of you. One of them stepped forward. Today, you fight us. Izuku nearly choked. All of you. Yes. At the same time. Yes. Izuku stared at the group. I think I would rather fight the robots. The rangers remained silent. Izuku sighed. Right. The battle began. Boom. Izuku immediately rolled across the floor. A strike passed above him. He jumped. Another attack came from behind. He ducked. A ranger swept his legs. Izuku jumped over the attack. Then, he was struck from the side. Boom. He crashed onto the ground. Ow. He rolled away before another attack landed. Crack. The platform beneath him fractured. Izuku quickly stood. He looked around. Every ranger was watching him. Not one had moved unnecessarily. They were testing his ability to read the battlefield. Izuku took a deep breath. He stopped trying to defeat them individually. Instead, he watched. One ranger always moved first. Another followed. The third covered the opening. The fourth waited for him to make a mistake. Izuku suddenly smiled. I understand. He ran directly toward the strongest-looking ranger. The ranger prepared to attack. Izuku suddenly changed direction. The attack missed. Izuku slipped behind him. The other rangers moved immediately. Exactly as he expected. Izuku jumped onto a platform. One ranger attacked. Izuku jumped again. Another ranger attacked the platform. Boom. The platform exploded. Izuku used the falling debris as cover. He landed behind the final ranger. Got you. He touched the ranger's shoulder. The entire arena froze. The rangers disappeared. Izuku stood alone. The red ranger approached. You stopped trying to win. Izuku looked confused. I did. Yes. Then what did I do? You tried to understand. Izuku smiled. Years passed. Izuku became more disciplined. He still loved heroes. He still watched hero broadcasts. He still admired All Might. But his admiration became more practical. Instead of simply writing down how powerful a hero was, he analyzed positioning. Instead of recording only the name of a quirk, he studied rescue applications. Instead of asking how someone defeated a villain, he asked how many civilians had been protected. His notebooks changed. His handwriting became more organized. His observations became sharper. Yet there was one thing that remained unchanged. Izuku was still quirkless. And during the day, he still had no powers. One evening, Izuku sat on his bed. He opened one of his old hero notebooks. All Might smiled from the cover. Izuku stared at it. I'll become a hero. He closed the notebook. Then he fell asleep. The moment his eyes opened, he was back inside the Morphin grid. But something was different. The entire dimension was brighter. Thousands of ranger silhouettes appeared in the distance. Some were familiar. Others belonged to eras Izuku had never seen. They stood silently across an enormous platform. Izuku looked around. What's happening? The Red Ranger stepped forward. Your training is entering its next stage. Izuku swallowed. What stage? The Red Ranger raised his hand. A massive circular symbol appeared behind him. Inside it were countless ranger emblems. Power. Izuku stared. You're going to learn how to use it. But I don't have a quirk. We know. Then how can I use ranger powers? The Red Ranger pointed toward the glowing symbol. Because the grid does not require a quirk. The light expanded. Energy surrounded Izuku. He instinctively raised his arms. Red energy flowed over his hands. Then blue, yellow, black, pink, green, white, silver, gold. Hundreds of colors flashed around him. Izuku stared at his hands in amazement. This is... The energy suddenly vanished. The Red Ranger looked at him. Not yet. Izuku blinked. Not yet. You aren't ready. For what? The Ranger turned toward the endless army of Ranger silhouettes. To become the avatar of the grid. Izuku's eyes widened. Avatar. Someone capable of carrying the power of many generations. Izuku looked at the countless Rangers. His heart began beating faster. All of them. Eventually, Izuku stared at his empty hands. Then smiled. Then he'll keep training. The Red Ranger nodded. Good. The arena appeared again. Hundreds of training drones emerged. Izuku immediately took his stance. Let's begin. Boom. The first drone attacked. Izuku moved. Then another. And another. The Morphin grid illuminated the entire battlefield. Far away, countless ranger spirits watched silently. And for the first time, a small quirkless boy began walking toward a power that had nothing to do with quirks. His journey as the Master Ranger had begun. Izuku was 14 years old when the Morphin grid finally gave him something tangible. For 10 years, the grid had existed only inside his dreams. Every night, he trained. Every morning, he returned to the ordinary world. During the day, he was still Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy from Musudafu. During the night, he became a student of the greatest rangers across countless generations. He had learned swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, rescue operations, team tactics, vehicle operation, battlefield awareness, even how to fight while protecting civilians at the same time. But he still didn't possess a morpher. Not until that night, Izuku opened his eyes. Instead of standing inside the usual training arena, he found himself floating above an endless sea of colored energy. Red lightning crossed the horizon. Blue particles drifted through the air. Golden sparks moved like stars. Thousands of ranger symbols appeared and disappeared throughout the enormous dimension. Izuku slowly looked around. This place again. A familiar voice answered from behind him. Not quite. Izuku turned. The Red Ranger stood there. Beside him were several other legendary rangers. Izuku recognized their suits immediately. His eyes widened. You're all here. One of the rangers stepped forward. Today is different. Izuku looked between them. What happened? The Red Ranger raised one hand. The entire Morphin grid suddenly became silent. Even the energy stopped moving. Izuku stared. What? A massive golden light appeared above them. The light descended slowly. Inside it was a strange device. It looked like a morpher. But unlike anything Izuku had ever seen, its surface contained multiple circular slots. Each slot carried a different ranger emblem. Red, blue, yellow, black, pink, green, white, silver, gold, and countless others. The device slowly floated toward Izuku. His eyes widened. Is that your morpher? Izuku reached toward it. The moment his fingers touched the device. Boom! A massive wave of energy erupted. Izuku's hair lifted from the force. His clothes fluttered violently. Hundreds of ranger silhouettes appeared behind him. Then thousands. Each one represented a different power. Different armor. Different weapons. Different histories. Izuku could barely process what he was seeing. All of them. The Red Ranger nodded. The grid has chosen you as its master ranger. Izuku stared at the morpher. But why me? Because you trained for 10 years without possessing a single ranger power. Izuku lowered his head. You learned before receiving power. You protected others during training even when victory was easier. And you never abandoned the dream of becoming a hero. Izuku slowly closed his hand around the morpher. The device responded immediately. A soft mechanical sound echoed. Click. The entire grid lit up. A glowing red emblem appeared before Izuku. He recognized it instantly. Mighty Morphin Red. The emblem transformed into a small ranger key. Izuku caught it. Then another appeared. Blue, yellow, black, pink, green, white, silver, gold. Then dozens more. Then hundreds. The ranger keys floated around him like a massive constellation. Izuku's mouth opened slightly. There are so many. You will not master all of them immediately. Izuku nodded. I understand. Each form carries different abilities. Then I'll learn them. The Red Ranger smiled beneath his helmet. That's why the grid chose you. The first lesson began immediately. Izuku inserted the Red Ranger key into the morpher. Click. The device illuminated. A mechanical voice echoed through the dimension. Mighty Morphin Red. Izuku stared. That's amazing. The Red Ranger raised his hand. Morph. Izuku looked at him. Right. He raised the morpher. It's morphin time. Red energy exploded around his body. Armor formed across his arms. Then his chest. Then his legs. A helmet appeared over his head. Finally, a red visor illuminated. Izuku looked down at himself. The armor fit perfectly. His hands clenched. He looked at the Red Ranger. A Power Ranger. Yes. Izuku immediately tested his movement. He jumped. Whoosh. He landed several meters away. Then jumped again. Boom. The platform cracked beneath his feet. Izuku stared down. I didn't mean to do that. The Red Ranger crossed his arms. Control your strength. Right. A training arena appeared. Dozens of machines emerged. Izuku instinctively reached for a weapon. A sword materialized in his hand. His eyes widened. Power sword. He swung it once. Whoosh. A bright red energy arc crossed the arena. Boom. 3 training machines were cut apart. Izuku stared at the sword. That's powerful. Again. More machines appeared. Izuku smiled. He charged. The battle lasted several minutes. Izuku quickly discovered that wearing the suit didn't automatically make him a master. His strength had increased. His speed had increased. His reaction time had improved. But his opponents were still difficult. One machine fired several energy blasts. Whoosh. Izuku blocked the first. Dodged the second. The third struck his shoulder. Boom. He spun backward. Ow. He recovered instantly. Another machine attacked. Izuku ducked. He swung the power sword. Crack. The machine split apart. Another attacked from behind. Izuku turned too slowly. The Red Ranger shouted, "Behind you!" Izuku reacted immediately. He raised his sword. Clang. The machine's weapon struck the blade. Izuku pushed it away. Then kicked it. Boom. The machine flew backward. Izuku followed. 1 strike. 2. 3. The machine exploded. The battle ended. Izuku stood among the destroyed training drones. His breathing was heavier. But he was smiling. The Red Ranger approached. "Your control is acceptable." "Acceptable. You made 12 unnecessary movements." Izuku's smile disappeared. 12. 14. You said 12. I was being generous. Izuku sighed. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. The next transformation was blue. Izuku inserted another key. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Blue energy surrounded him. The red armor disappeared. Blue armor replaced it. The helmet changed. The entire suit became lighter. Izuku immediately noticed the difference. This one feels faster. It is. The training arena changed. Walls appeared. Platforms moved. Mist filled the battlefield. Then, dozens of copies of the Red Ranger appeared. Izuku blinked. Illusions. Yes. Then I need to find the real one. The Red Ranger disappeared. Izuku closed his eyes. He listened. Footsteps. Wind. Movement. He opened his eyes. There. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He appeared behind the correct target. The Red Ranger turned. Izuku stopped his weapon a few centimeters from the helmet. Found you. The illusion disappeared. The Red Ranger nodded. Good. The next form was yellow. Then black. Then white. Each transformation changed the way Izuku fought. Some forms emphasized speed. Others strength. Others elemental abilities. Others technology. Some focused on martial arts. Others on magic. Izuku began creating mental notes for every form. He needed to know which ranger to use in each situation. A rescue mission required different abilities from a battlefield. A stealth operation required different abilities from a monster fight. A fight against a giant machine required something else entirely. The grid wasn't simply giving him power. It was giving him options. After what felt like several hours, Izuku returned to his normal form. He was exhausted. He sat on the edge of the training platform. How many forms are there? The Red Ranger answered. You haven't even seen 1%. Izuku slowly looked up. 1%. Yes. Izuku stared into the endless Morphin grid. There were countless ranger silhouettes. Different colors. Different armor. Different weapons. Different generations. Different worlds. His eyes widened. I'm going to need a bigger notebook. The Red Ranger laughed quietly. Suddenly, the entire grid trembled. Boom. Izuku immediately stood. What was that? The Rangers looked toward the horizon. A dark cloud had appeared inside the Morphin grid. Black energy spread through the colorful dimension. Izuku's expression changed. What is that? The Red Ranger stepped forward. An intruder. The darkness expanded. Strange creatures emerged from the shadows. They weren't real monsters. They were training constructs. But their energy was far greater than anything Izuku had fought before. The Red Ranger looked at him. This is your final test. Izuku raised the morpher. Alone. Izuku nodded. He selected a key. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Red energy surrounded him. The helmet formed. Izuku raised the power sword. The creatures charged. Roar. Izuku ran toward them. Boom. The first creature swung its weapon. Izuku blocked. Clang. He countered with the power sword. Slash. The creature disappeared. Another attacked. Izuku ducked. Another came from the left. He jumped. A third attacked from above. Izuku twisted through the air. Boom. He landed and destroyed two enemies simultaneously. More emerged. Izuku changed forms. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whoosh. Blue energy surrounded him. He vanished into the mist. The creatures attacked empty air. Izuku appeared behind them. Strike. 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 They disappeared one after another. Then, a massive creature appeared. It towered over the battlefield. Izuku looked up. Okay. The creature roared. Roar. Izuku changed keys. Click. Zeo Ranger V Red. Red gold energy exploded around him. His armor changed. His strength increased dramatically. The giant attacked. Boom. Izuku blocked the fist. The ground beneath him cracked. Strong. He pushed upward. The giant staggered. Izuku jumped. He spun through the air. His weapon appeared. He brought it down. Boom. The giant collapsed. The black cloud disappeared. Silence returned. Izuku stood alone. The Red Ranger appeared in front of him. You passed. Izuku removed his helmet. That was the final test. For today. Izuku stared at him. There's going to be another one tomorrow, isn't there? Yes. Izuku sighed. Of course. The Morphin grid began fading. Izuku felt himself becoming lighter. His surroundings became distant. The morpher remained in his hand. The Ranger keys floated around him. Then the Red Ranger spoke one final time. When you awaken, the Master Morpher will remain with you. Izuku looked at the device. Wait, what? Will I be able to transform in the real world? Yes. Izuku's eyes widened. Then, the Red Ranger nodded. Your training is no longer confined to dreams. Izuku suddenly opened his eyes. He was back in his bedroom. Morning sunlight entered through the window. He sat upright. His breathing was fast. That was a dream. He looked around. Nothing unusual. His blanket, his desk, his notebooks, his school uniform. Everything was normal. Then, click. Izuku froze. A strange mechanical sound came from beside his hand. He slowly looked down. The Master Morpher was resting on his palm. His eyes widened. He carefully touched it. The device responded. Beep. A small red light appeared. Izuku immediately looked toward his bedroom door. No footsteps. No voices. He quietly whispered, "It's real." He looked at the Ranger keys stored beside the device. There were hundreds. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. Not from fear. From excitement. He quickly reached for his notebook. He opened a fresh page. At the top, he wrote, "Ranger forms." Then he stopped. He looked at the Master Morpher again. "I'm going to need a lot more notebooks." Outside his room, Inko called from downstairs. "Izuku. Breakfast." Izuku immediately hid the morpher beneath his blanket. Coming. He changed into his school uniform. Before leaving the room, he glanced once more at the device. The red light blinked. Beep. Izuku smiled. Then he closed the door. He still had no quirk. But now, he had the Morphin grid. The afternoon in Musudafu was unusually crowded. Izuku walked home from school with his backpack hanging over one shoulder. His steps were relaxed. Beneath his uniform shirt, the Master Morpher remained hidden. The Ranger keys were stored safely inside a small pouch that he had sewn into the inside of his backpack. He had spent the past several weeks practicing with the device. Not in public. Never in public. Every night, he returned to the Morphin grid. Every night, another Ranger taught him something new. During the day, he remained an ordinary Quirkless student. That arrangement worked perfectly, at least, until that afternoon. Izuku stopped at a pedestrian crossing. Cars passed in front of him. People walked along the sidewalks. Some talked about work, others discussed heroes. A large screen on the side of a building showed a live report. The number of villain incidents in Musudafu has increased this month. Izuku glanced at the screen, then continued walking. He had almost reached the next intersection when he heard shouting. Someone call a hero. Get away from there. It's a villain. Izuku stopped. His expression immediately became serious. He knew that voice. Bakugo. Izuku turned toward the crowd. People were running away from a narrow street. A strange mass of gray sludge had wrapped itself around a familiar blonde boy. Bakugo struggled violently. Let me go. The sludge villain tightened around him. Your explosive quirk will make an excellent addition to my collection. Boom. An explosion erupted from Bakugo's hands. The sludge villain barely moved. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He had seen plenty of dangerous situations inside the Morphin grid. But this wasn't a training exercise. This was real. People were trapped in the crowd. Professional heroes were still trying to reach the scene. Izuku looked around. Everyone was waiting for someone else to act. His hand moved toward his backpack. His fingers touched the Master Morpher. Number. He stopped. If he transformed here, people would see. His identity would be exposed. The quirkless boy everyone knew would suddenly become a costumed warrior. That would create questions he couldn't answer. He looked at Bakugo again. The sludge was covering his face. Bakugo's explosions became weaker. Izuku clenched his fist. Forget it. He stepped forward. Hey, a nearby civilian grabbed Izuku's shoulder. Kid, stay back. Izuku looked at the man. There's someone trapped. The heroes are handling it. Izuku glanced toward the struggling heroes. Several were attempting to use their quirks. None could get close enough. Bakugo's movements were becoming slower. Izuku's expression hardened. They're running out of time. He pulled his backpack off. The civilian stared. What are you doing? Izuku didn't answer. He opened the backpack. His fingers wrapped around the Master Morpher. Click. The device activated. Red light illuminated his hand. Izuku looked toward the villain. Then toward the crowd. I'll explain later. He stepped into an alley. The moment he was out of direct sight, Izuku inserted a Ranger key. Click. The device recognized it. Mighty Morphin Red. Izuku raised the Morpher. It's Morphin time. Whom? Red energy exploded around him. Armor formed across his body. The red helmet appeared over his head. His backpack fell onto the ground. Izuku emerged from the alley as the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger. The crowd froze. Who is that? Another hero. Where did he come from? Izuku ignored them. His attention remained on Bakugo. The sludge villain noticed him. Another hero. Izuku raised his power sword. Release him. The villain laughed. And why would I listen to you? Izuku's visor glowed. Because I'm giving you a chance. Bakugo's eyes widened. What the hell? Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He crossed the street in an instant. The sludge villain reacted. Get away. A mass of sludge launched toward him. Izuku swung the power sword. Slash. The attack split apart before reaching him. Izuku landed beside Bakugo. Hold still. Who the hell are you? Someone trying to get you out. Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the arm. The sludge villain surged forward. Rawr. Izuku raised his free hand. A red energy field appeared. Boom. The sludge slammed into the barrier. The impact pushed Izuku backward several meters. His boots scraped across the pavement. Stronger than the training drones. The villain laughed. You can't stop me. Izuku looked at the sludge. Then at Bakugo. I don't need to stop you. He raised the power sword. I just need to separate you. Izuku rushed forward. The villain attacked from multiple directions. Sludge tendrils stretched toward him. Whoosh. Izuku dodged the first. Another swept across his chest. Clang. His armor absorbed the impact. Izuku spun and struck the tendril with the power sword. Slash. The sludge recoiled. Bakugo stared. What is that armor? Later. You can't just say later. Another tendril rushed toward them. Izuku grabbed Bakugo and jumped. Whoosh. They passed over the attack. Izuku landed on a nearby building. Bakugo looked down. We're on a building. Yes. How did you jump this high? Izuku ignored the question. The sludge villain covered the street below. Come back here. Izuku looked at the surrounding buildings. He noticed several water tanks. Then a fire hydrant. Then a maintenance pipe. His training immediately took over. He remembered one of the lessons from the Morphin grid. Don't fight the enemy where it is strongest. Change the battlefield. Izuku pointed toward the water tank. Stay here. Bakugo frowned. What are you? Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He landed on the water tank. The sludge villain followed. Izuku struck the pipe beneath it. Clang. The pipe broke. Water burst outward. Whoosh. The sludge villain suddenly lost its grip on the building. What? Izuku kicked the tank. Boom. The entire tank tipped. A massive wave of water crashed down. Whoosh. The sludge villain was swept into the street. The heroes immediately reacted. Now, several heroes attacked simultaneously. The villain's body became thinner. Its grip weakened. Bakugo broke free. Gah. He dropped. Izuku jumped after him. Whoosh. He caught Bakugo before he hit the pavement. Got you. Bakugo stared at the helmet inches from his face. Put me down. You're welcome. I didn't ask. Izuku lowered him to the ground. The heroes surrounded the sludge villain. Within seconds, it was contained. The crowd erupted into cheers. Izuku looked around. People were pointing at him. Cameras were already appearing. His expression changed. This is bad. Bakugo noticed. Hey. Izuku looked at him. What? Who are you? Izuku didn't answer. Instead, he pressed the Master Morpher. Click. The red armor dissolved into particles. Izuku returned to his school uniform. He grabbed his backpack and walked away. Bakugo's eyes widened. What? He looked around. The ranger was gone. In his place stood the same Quirkless kid he had known for years. Midoriya. Izuku stopped. Slowly. He looked back. Bakugo stared at him. Izuku gave him a small smile. See you tomorrow. Then he walked away. That evening, Izuku sat at his desk. His notebook was open. Several pages were filled with observations about the fight. He wrote, Mighty Morphin Red performed well against an opponent with a fluid body. He paused. Then added, environmental manipulation was more effective than direct combat. Another line followed. Public exposure. Unacceptable. Izuku closed the notebook. His Master Morpher sat beside him. He stared at it. I can't keep transforming in public. A voice suddenly came from the device. You cannot avoid helping people simply because someone might recognize you. Izuku froze. Who said that? The Red Ranger's voice came through the Morpher's communicator. You did. Izuku frowned. That doesn't make sense. You already made your choice. Izuku looked toward the window. The city lights flickered in the distance. I know. Later that night, Izuku fell asleep. His eyes opened inside the Morphin grid. The Red Ranger was waiting. You exposed yourself. Izuku sighed. I know. You protected someone. I know. Which matters more? Izuku looked away. Protecting someone. The Red Ranger nodded. Then your decision was correct. Izuku looked at the endless colors surrounding them. But I need to learn how to keep my identity hidden. Then tonight's lesson will be stealth. Izuku blinked. Stealth. The scenery changed. A futuristic city appeared. Hundreds of lights illuminated enormous buildings. Sirens echoed through the streets. A group of armored enemies appeared. The Red Ranger disappeared. Izuku looked around. Where did you go? A voice answered from somewhere nearby. Find me. Izuku sighed. Great. The training began. The next morning, Izuku walked toward school. His backpack was over his shoulder. His expression was calm. Students passed him on the sidewalk. Nobody suspected anything, except one person. Bakugo stood at the school entrance. His eyes followed Izuku. He remembered the Red Ranger. The armor, the sword, the impossible speed, and most importantly, the voice. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. That sounded like Deku. Izuku walked past him. Morning. Bakugo grabbed his shoulder. Wait. Izuku stopped. Yes. Bakugo stared at him. You know that ranger. Izuku remained silent. Answer me. Izuku slowly looked at him. Why would I know him? Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Because you disappeared at the exact same time he did. Izuku's expression remained neutral. Coincidence. That's bullshit. Izuku walked away. Bakugo watched him leave. I'll figure it out. Izuku didn't hear him. Or rather, he pretended not to. Inside his backpack, the Master Morpher quietly illuminated. Beep. One of the Ranger keys glowed blue. Izuku glanced down. Ninja Storm. His next lesson had already chosen itself. The morning after the sludge villain incident, Izuku arrived at school earlier than usual. He sat at his desk with his notebook open, but he wasn't writing. His attention was fixed on the small device hidden beneath his uniform. The Master Morpher. The Red Ranger key from yesterday had already returned to its slot. Beside it rested another key. Blue. Izuku quietly picked it up. Ninja Storm Blue. He remembered last night's training. Stealth. Mobility. Misdirection. The Morphin grid had forced him to repeat the same exercise hundreds of times until he could move without making unnecessary noise. It had been exhausting, but useful, especially because Bakugo had begun watching him. Izuku glanced toward the other side of the classroom. Bakugo was staring directly at him. Izuku sighed. He's still suspicious. Bakugo immediately looked away. Izuku returned his attention to the notebook. Then the bell rang. Several weeks passed. Izuku continued attending school normally. During the day, he studied. After school, he practiced his physical abilities. At night, he entered the Morphin grid. Each night brought another lesson. One ranger taught him swordsmanship. Another taught him martial arts. Another taught him rescue procedures. Another taught him how to operate advanced technology. Some lessons were surprisingly simple. Others were almost impossible. Izuku learned quickly that having access to hundreds of ranger forms did not mean he could instantly master every ability. Each form had its own fighting style, its own weapons, its own strengths, its own weaknesses. He needed to understand all of them. One evening, the Morphin grid gave him another lesson. This time, it was about giant machines. Izuku stood inside a massive hangar. Several enormous machines rested in front of him. Their silhouettes stretched toward the ceiling. Izuku slowly looked upward. Those are Zords. The Red Ranger stood beside him. Yes. Izuku walked closer. He recognized several designs. Dinosaur-inspired machines. Futuristic vehicles. Massive animal-shaped robots. He stopped in front of a giant red machine. This is incredible. You'll need to learn how to command one. Izuku looked at the machine. Alone? Not necessarily. The Red Ranger pointed toward several consoles. Some Zords require teams. Izuku nodded. Then I'll learn the systems first. The training began. Hours later, Izuku could barely keep his eyes open. He had learned how to control a Zord. Then another. Then another. Each system was different. One required direct neural synchronization. Another used a physical cockpit. Another relied on a team network. Another required a Morphin grid connection. Izuku rubbed his eyes. I thought fighting was difficult. The Red Ranger laughed. Technology can be worse. The next morning, Izuku woke up late. His hair was messy. He stared at the clock. I overslept. He rushed downstairs. Inko was waiting. Izuku, your breakfast. Thanks, Mom. He grabbed the food and ran. Several days later, the acceptance letter from U.A. finally arrived. Izuku sat at his desk. The letter was open in front of him. His hands remained still. U.A. the greatest hero academy in Japan. He had wanted to enter for years. But now things were different. He wasn't simply Quirkless anymore. He possessed the Morphin grid. He possessed the Master Morpher. And he had access to hundreds of Ranger forms. Izuku looked at the letter. I wonder what they would think if they knew. He already knew the answer. They would probably classify his powers as some kind of extremely unusual quirk. That was fine. He didn't need to tell them everything. The entrance examination arrived. Izuku stood outside the enormous U.A. gates. Hundreds of applicants surrounded him. Everyone was nervous. Izuku heard people talking. What kind of robots are they using? I heard there are 3 types. I'm going to destroy as many as possible. Izuku adjusted his backpack. Inside it was the Master Morpher. He had brought only a few Ranger keys. Mighty Morphin Red, Ninja Storm Blue, Zeo Ranger V Red, and one final key, Dino Thunder Red. He had never used it in the real world. The Morphin grid had specifically warned him about it. Its power was considerably greater than his previous forms. Izuku didn't know why, but he intended to find out. The entrance exam began. The gates opened. Begin. The applicants rushed forward. Izuku walked. Slowly. A robot appeared in front of him. He stopped. The machine raised its arm. Boom. Izuku stepped aside. The robot's fist struck the ground. Crack. Izuku pulled out the Master Morpher. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whom? Blue energy surrounded him. The armor formed around his body. The robot turned. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He reappeared behind it. One strike. Boom. The robot collapsed. Izuku continued walking. Another robot appeared. He switched to Mighty Morphin Red. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Red energy surrounded him. The power sword appeared in his hand. He struck the robot's weapon. Clang. The weapon flew away. Izuku followed with a second strike. Boom. The robot fell. He didn't stop. From the observation room, several U.A. teachers watched the screens. One of them leaned closer. Who is that student? Another checked the information. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. Listed as Quirkless. The teacher stared at the screen. That's impossible. Another teacher shook his head. Whatever that armor is, it isn't a normal quirk. Izuku continued through the examination zone. He wasn't trying to destroy everything. He was trying to conserve energy. The Morphin grid had taught him that a good ranger didn't waste resources simply because they were available. He disabled robots, rescued applicants who had fallen, cleared paths, and continued toward the next area. Then, the ground shook. Boom. Izuku stopped. A massive shadow appeared over the buildings. He looked upward. The zero-pointer emerged. Students screamed. Run. It's the zero-pointer. There aren't any points for that thing. The giant machine stepped forward. Boom. The street trembled. Izuku stared at it. So that's the final obstacle. He noticed someone trapped beneath fallen debris. A girl. She couldn't move. Izuku immediately ran toward her. Are you okay? I can't move. Izuku looked at the approaching machine. Then at the debris. His current ranger form wouldn't be enough to move the entire structure quickly. He needed something stronger. His hand moved toward the final key. Dino Thunder Red. Izuku inserted it. Click. The Master Morpher activated. Dino Thunder Red. Red energy exploded around him. His armor changed. The helmet became sharper. The suit carried a darker red design. Energy surged through his body. Izuku clenched his fist. This is different. The zero-pointer raised its enormous arm. Boom. Izuku looked up. Stay behind me. He stepped forward. The machine's fist descended. Izuku raised both arms. Boom. The impact shook the entire street. Dust filled the air. The students watching from a distance gasped. Izuku remained standing. His feet had barely moved. Strong. He pushed the fist away. The machine staggered. Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He landed on its shoulder. The robot attempted to grab him. Izuku leapt away. He reached for his weapon. The Dino Thunder Morpher responded. A powerful weapon materialized in his hand. Izuku looked at it. This should work. He aimed at the zero-pointer. Energy began gathering. The machine charged. Izuku fired. Boom. A massive burst of energy struck the robot's chest. The machine stopped. Crack. Large fractures appeared across its armor. Then, boom. The zero-pointer collapsed. The entire street shook. Izuku landed safely. The Dino Thunder armor disappeared. He returned to his school uniform. The girl he'd rescued stared at him. You saved me. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Anyone would have done the same. She smiled. Thank you. Izuku nodded. You're welcome. Then he heard something. A mechanical sound. Beep. He looked down. The Master Morpher was glowing. Not red. Not blue. Not gold. A strange green light appeared across its surface. Izuku frowned. What? The light vanished. He couldn't identify it. The entrance examination ended. Izuku returned home. That evening, the results arrived. He had passed. Not barely. His rescue score was unusually high. His combat score was also near the top. Inko hugged him immediately. You did it. Izuku smiled. Yeah. He looked at the acceptance letter. He had finally been accepted. That night, Izuku entered the Morphin grid. The Red Ranger was waiting. You used Dino Thunder Red. Izuku nodded. Yes. And it was stronger than expected. The Red Ranger remained silent. Izuku noticed the expression. What? The grid responded differently to you. Izuku frowned. What does that mean? Before the Red Ranger could answer, the entire dimension shook. Boom. Izuku looked around. The colors of the grid suddenly changed. Red, blue, green, yellow, pink, black, white, silver, gold. All of them spiraled around Izuku. Energy entered the Master Morpher. Izuku grabbed his arm. What's happening? The Red Ranger looked toward the sky. The grid is recognizing you. As what? The Red Ranger answered calmly. Not merely as a ranger. Izuku stared. Then what? The Morphin grid suddenly became brighter. Hundreds of ranger silhouettes appeared behind Izuku. All of them turned toward him. The Red Ranger stepped back. That's something you'll discover at Izuku blinked. That's not an answer. The Red Ranger disappeared. Izuku sighed. These mentors really like leaving questions unanswered. The next morning, Izuku stood in front of the gates. He adjusted his backpack. Inside it, the Master Morpher waited. The gate opened. Students began entering. Izuku took one step forward. Then another. He had no quirk. At least, that's what the world believed. But hidden beneath his uniform was a device connected to an energy field spanning countless worlds and generations. And somewhere beyond reality, hundreds of ranger powers waited for him. Izuku looked at the academy. Let's see how this goes. He walked inside. The first morning at U.A. began with silence. Izuku stood outside classroom 1A, one hand resting against the door. He could hear voices from inside. I wonder who our teacher is. I heard U.A. has some of the best teachers in Japan. Maybe we'll get All Might. Izuku sighed quietly. He had expected excitement. Instead, he felt tired. Last night, the Morphin grid had given him another training session. This time, he had spent hours practicing different ranger forms without changing his physical position. The goal had been simple. Choose the correct power instantly. No hesitation. No unnecessary movement. No wasted energy. It sounded easy. It wasn't. Izuku opened the classroom door. The room immediately became quiet. Dozens of students turned toward him. Izuku recognized several faces from the entrance examination. The girl he had rescued. The blonde boy who had nearly exploded half the examination zone. A boy with glasses. A red-haired student. A girl with pink skin. Izuku walked toward an empty desk. Before he could sit, "Hey!" Izuku looked up. Bakugo was staring at him. "What?" Bakugo pointed at him. "You." Izuku blinked. "Me." "Yeah." The classroom became quiet again. Bakugo walked closer. "You were at the entrance exam." Izuku nodded. "Yes. You destroyed that giant robot." "I helped someone." "That's not what I asked." Izuku sighed. "Then what did you ask?" Bakugo narrowed his eyes. "What's your quirk?" Izuku paused. "I don't have one." Several students reacted. "What? Seriously? Then how did he destroy that robot?" Izuku sat down. "Training." Bakugo's eyebrow twitched. "Don't mess with me." Izuku opened his notebook. "I'm not." The classroom door suddenly opened. A sleeping bag was dragged across the floor. Everyone turned. A man with messy black hair emerged from inside. "You're all too loud." Silence. The man looked around. "Take your seats." Izuku immediately recognized him. Shota Aizawa. Pro hero. Eraserhead. Izuku had studied him before. His quirk could erase another person's quirk by looking at them. That could become a problem. Aizawa looked toward the class. "Put these on." He threw a set of gym clothes toward them. "We're doing a quirk apprehension test." Someone raised a hand. "But what about the orientation?" Aizawa stared at him. "You want to become a hero?" "Yes." "Then stop wasting time." The students changed into their gym uniforms. Izuku stood on the field with the others. Aizawa held a ball. The 8-meter dash. One student stepped forward. Then another. Their quirks activated. Numbers appeared on the screen. Izuku watched carefully. He wasn't worried about his physical performance. The Morphin grid had trained his body far beyond ordinary human limits. But using ranger powers here would reveal too much. So he decided to rely on himself. "Midoriya." Izuku looked up. "You're first." Izuku walked toward the starting line. Aizawa looked at him. "You were listed as Quirkless." "Yes." "Then this should be interesting." Izuku lowered himself. "Ready." The signal sounded. Whoosh. Izuku sprinted. He crossed the finish line almost instantly. The timer stopped. Aizawa looked at the result. 4.1 seconds. The class stared. "That's Quirkless." "How?" Bakugo clenched his fists. "No way." Izuku returned to the line. Aizawa stared at him for another second. Then continued. The tests went on. Grip strength. Standing long jump. Repeated side steps. Sit-ups. Distance throw. Izuku performed extremely well in every category. But he intentionally avoided anything that looked impossible. He didn't want to become the center of attention. Unfortunately, he failed at that. During the distance throw, Aizawa handed him the ball. "Your quirk." Izuku looked at him. "I don't have one." "Then throw it normally." Izuku nodded. He stepped forward. His fingers tightened around the ball. He could use his physical strength. Nothing else. He swung his arm. Whoosh. The ball flew into the distance. The screen displayed the result. 120 meters. Everyone stared. Izuku blinked. That's farther than I expected. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You've been training. Yes. How? Izuku thought about the Morphin grid. Every day. Aizawa continued watching him. There was something strange about Midoriya. Not just his strength. His movements. His balance. His awareness. He didn't move like a teenager. He moved like someone who had spent years training for combat. The final test ended. Aizawa gathered the students. You'll receive your rankings soon. The class waited. Then the results appeared. Izuku stood near the top. Bakugo was also near the top. Aizawa looked at them. Midoriya. Yes. Come with me. Izuku's expression remained neutral. Why? I want to test something. The two walked to an empty training area. Aizawa stopped several meters away. Activate your quirk. Izuku stared at him. I don't have one. Then show me what you used during the entrance exam. Izuku understood. Aizawa was suspicious. Izuku remained calm. I used equipment. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Equipment. Yes. What kind? Izuku paused. Specialized equipment. Aizawa stared at him. Where is it? Izuku didn't answer. The Master Morpher was hidden beneath his uniform. Aizawa sighed. Fine. His eyes suddenly became red. His hair lifted slightly. Izuku felt something attempt to interact with his body. Nothing happened. Aizawa blinked. Izuku waited. Aizawa looked at him. You didn't lose your strength. Number. Aizawa tried again. Nothing. His eyes narrowed. Your quirk isn't being erased. Izuku shrugged. Because I don't have one. Aizawa stared at him. Then what exactly are you? Izuku looked toward the sky. I'm just a student. Aizawa looked increasingly annoyed. That's not an explanation. It's the truth. Aizawa deactivated erasure. His eyes returned to normal. You said your abilities came from equipment. Yes. Show me. Izuku hesitated. If he transformed now, there was no way to explain it. But refusing could make things worse. He quietly reached into his uniform. His fingers touched the Master Morpher. Then, Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Don't. Izuku stopped. What? Whatever you're hiding. Aizawa pointed toward the device beneath Izuku's uniform. I can tell. Izuku slowly removed the Master Morpher. Aizawa stared at it. What is that? My equipment. Does it enhance your body? Yes. Does it contain a quirk? Number. Then how does it work? Izuku hesitated. The Morphin grid. Aizawa stared. The what? Izuku realized that explanation wasn't going anywhere. It's complicated. I can see that. Before the conversation could continue, a loud alarm suddenly sounded across the campus. Beep, beep, beep. Students began shouting from the main building. Aizawa immediately turned. Stay here. Izuku looked toward the sound. What happened? Security breach. Aizawa rushed away. Izuku remained where he was. Then he heard another sound. Not through his ears. Through the Master Morpher. Beep, beep. The device vibrated. Izuku looked down. One of the ranger keys was glowing. S.P.D. He frowned. Why is it reacting? Another alert sounded. This time, the Master Morpher projected a small symbol. An emergency signal. Izuku immediately understood. The grid was detecting danger. Students began running across the courtyard. Izuku spotted a group of people trapped near a damaged gate. He moved toward them. A large piece of equipment had fallen across the path. Izuku lifted it manually. Everyone, move. The students escaped. One looked back. Midoriya, what about you? I'll be fine. He pushed the equipment aside. Then, boom. Something struck the wall. Izuku turned. A training robot had malfunctioned. Its weapon was pointed toward the students. Izuku's hand moved automatically toward the Master Morpher. Click. S.P.D. Emergency. Red energy surrounded him. His armor formed. The S.P.D. Red Ranger stood where Izuku had been. The students froze. Another Ranger. The robot fired. Boom. Izuku blocked the attack. He raised his weapon. Stand back. The students obeyed. Izuku rushed forward. Whoosh. He struck the robot's weapon. Clang. The machine staggered. Izuku followed with a second attack. Boom. The robot collapsed. He immediately deactivated the Morpher. His armor vanished. Izuku stood there again. One student stared at him. Midoriya. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Yeah, you just. Special equipment. Right. Aizawa arrived seconds later. He looked at the destroyed robot. Then at Izuku. Then at the students. His eyes narrowed. Midoriya. Izuku looked at him. Yes. My office. Izuku sighed. Okay. Inside the classroom, the other students waited. Bakugo stared toward the doorway. Damn it. The girl Izuku had rescued during the entrance examination looked curious. What do you think his quirk is? The red-haired boy shrugged. He said he doesn't have one. Then what was that armor? Nobody had an answer. Inside Aizawa's office, Aizawa placed his hands on the desk. You're not using a quirk. Izuku remained silent. Your physical abilities are natural. Mostly. And the armor. Equipment. Powered by this Morphin grid. Izuku nodded. Aizawa leaned back. I don't understand it. Neither did I at first. But you can use multiple forms. Yes. And each form changes your abilities. Yes. Aizawa stared at him. How many? Izuku hesitated. A lot. Define a lot. Izuku looked away. Hundreds. Aizawa went silent. Hundreds. Yes. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. And you're 14, 15. That's worse. Izuku blinked. Why? Because now I have to worry about a student who can apparently change combat styles hundreds of times. Izuku smiled slightly. I'll be careful. Aizawa stared at him. That's exactly what worries me. That night, Izuku returned to the Morphin grid. The Red Ranger was waiting. Your teacher has discovered your secret. Izuku sighed. Part of it. Will you tell him everything? Not yet. Why? Because I don't fully understand it either. The Red Ranger nodded. Reasonable. Izuku looked at the countless ranger silhouettes around him. Aizawa's erasure didn't affect me. It cannot. Because Morphin energy isn't a quirk. Correct. Izuku looked down at his hands. Then what happens if someone tries to steal my power? The Red Ranger remained silent. Then the Morphin grid began glowing. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, silver, gold. All of the colors gathered around Izuku. The Red Ranger finally answered. They will learn why the Morphin grid chooses its own champions. Izuku looked at the swirling energy. That sounds dangerous. It is. The training arena appeared. Hundreds of targets emerged. Izuku raised his Master Morpher. Which form? The Red Ranger pointed toward the battlefield. Choose. Izuku smiled. Click. The Master Morpher activated. The Morphin grid lit up. And another night of training began. The following morning, Class 1A gathered inside a large training building. Izuku stood near the entrance with his hands in his pockets. The Master Morpher was hidden beneath his uniform. He had already received his first lesson for the day. Adaptation. The Morphin grid had shown him dozens of simulated battles the previous night, forcing him to change ranger forms whenever the battlefield changed. The lesson was simple. The strongest form wasn't always the best form. Sometimes speed mattered more than strength. Sometimes defense mattered more than offense. Sometimes the best victory was avoiding a fight entirely. Izuku had written all of it down. Now he had a chance to test it. Aizawa stood at the front of the room. Today's exercise is a combat trial. The students immediately became interested. You'll be divided into teams of 2. Aizawa displayed the assignments. Izuku looked at the screen. Then stopped. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku slowly turned his head. Bakugo was already staring at him. Deku. Izuku sighed. This is going to be noisy. What did you say? Nothing. The students were given their instructions. One student would act as the villain. The other would act as the hero. The objective was to reach the designated area and secure the mock weapon. The building contained multiple rooms, staircases, corridors, and false routes. Izuku studied the map. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Don't think that weird armor is going to save you. Izuku looked at him. I wasn't planning to use it. Bakugo frowned. What? You heard me. Bakugo grinned. Good. The exercise began. Boom. Bakugo immediately blasted through a wall. Dust filled the hallway. Izuku calmly walked through the doorway. He destroyed the route. Bakugo's voice echoed through the building. Come out. Deku. Izuku continued walking. He could hear Bakugo's footsteps. He knew exactly where he was. But Bakugo didn't know where Izuku was. That gave him an advantage. Izuku reached an intersection. He looked at the map. Then at the corridors. He didn't need a ranger form yet. His training had taught him to use the environment first. He walked toward the stairs. Bakugo searched the next floor. Where are you? Nothing. Damn it. He fired another explosion. Boom. The corridor shook. Izuku heard it from below. He's getting impatient. Izuku continued upward. Then, a shadow appeared at the end of the hallway. Bakugo. Found you. Boom. Bakugo launched himself forward. Izuku jumped backward. The explosion hit the floor. Izuku rolled away. Another blast followed. Boom. He moved behind a wall. Bakugo rushed around it. Izuku was gone. Stop running. Izuku climbed onto a railing. Then jumped to the upper platform. Bakugo looked upward. Get back here. Izuku smiled faintly. Number. He reached into his uniform. His fingers touched the Master Morpher. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whom. Blue energy surrounded his body. Armor formed around him. His helmet appeared. The air around him shimmered. Bakugo stopped. Again. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. Bakugo's eyes widened. Where did he go? Izuku moved silently through the hallway. His blue armor blended into the shadows. Bakugo fired several explosions. Boom. Boom. Nothing. Izuku appeared briefly behind him. Too slow. Bakugo spun around. Izuku vanished again. Bakugo fired another explosion. Boom. The corridor filled with smoke. Izuku moved through it. His movements were nearly silent. Bakugo began destroying walls. Boom. 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 The building shook. Izuku watched from the upper floor. He's making himself predictable. He could defeat Bakugo. But that wasn't the objective. The objective was reaching the mock weapon. Izuku checked the map. The weapon was only one floor away. He moved. Bakugo suddenly appeared ahead of him. Got you. Izuku stopped. How? Bakugo grinned. You keep using the same routes. Izuku smiled. Good observation. Bakugo attacked. Boom. Izuku blocked the explosion. The force pushed him backward. He slid across the floor. Bakugo charged. Izuku raised his weapon. Clang. The two collided. Bakugo pushed forward. Izuku redirected the attack. Then stepped aside. Bakugo stumbled. Izuku grabbed his arm and pulled. Bakugo flew past him. Boom. He crashed into the wall. Damn it. Izuku continued toward the objective. Bakugo recovered quickly. You're not getting away. He blasted himself forward. Whoosh. Izuku heard him approaching. He turned. Bakugo was already in front of him. Boom. Izuku blocked the explosion. The impact sent him backward. His armor flickered. Izuku looked at the damage. That was stronger. Bakugo smiled. Now you're paying attention. Izuku lowered his weapon. Yes. The next attack came immediately. Boom. Izuku dodged. Bakugo turned. Boom. Another explosion. Izuku jumped. Boom. The floor cracked beneath him. He landed. Bakugo rushed forward. Izuku realized something. Bakugo's fighting style was aggressive. Fast. Unpredictable. But every major attack required a brief recovery period. Izuku waited. Bakugo attacked again. Boom. Izuku moved aside. Bakugo's hand was extended. Izuku stepped forward. One strike. Bakugo blocked. Another. Bakugo countered. Izuku ducked. Then swept his leg. Bakugo fell. Izuku immediately stepped over him. You're defeated. Bakugo's eyes widened. Like hell. He fired an explosion. Izuku jumped backward. Boom. Bakugo stood. Izuku landed. They stared at each other. Then the announcement sounded. Combat trial concluded. Silence. The doors opened. The other students entered. One of them stared at the damaged corridor. What happened here? Aizawa looked at the broken walls. Then at Izuku. Then at Bakugo. Both of you. They turned. Yes, sir. You'll repair everything you damaged. Bakugo protested. What? Aizawa ignored him. Izuku sighed. Understood. Later. Aizawa reviewed the footage. The other teachers watched with him. Midoriya changed forms midway through the fight. Yes. That blue armor dramatically increased his mobility. And his movement became almost impossible to track. Aizawa paused the footage. Izuku stood frozen on the screen. He didn't use the same strategy twice. One teacher nodded. He adapted to Bakugo's attacks. Aizawa remained silent. He's learning. After class, Izuku sat outside. He opened his notebook. Under the heading Ninja Storm Blue, he wrote, High mobility, stealth excellent, useful against aggressive opponents, weaker direct power than red forms. Environmental movement highly effective. He stopped writing. Bakugo approached. Izuku looked up. What? Bakugo stood there with his hands clenched. That armor. Izuku closed the notebook. Yes. It's not your quirk. Number. Then where did you get it? Izuku hesitated. It's complicated. Bakugo frowned. Everything about you is complicated. Izuku sighed. That's fair. Bakugo stared at him for several seconds. I'll beat you. Izuku blinked. Okay. Don't laugh. I'm not. You're smiling. I smile sometimes. Bakugo turned away. Damn nerd. Izuku watched him leave. He's persistent. That night, Izuku entered the Morphin grid. The Red Ranger was waiting. You fought without relying entirely on your powers. Izuku nodded. I wanted to see what I could do. And, I still have weaknesses. The Red Ranger nodded. Good. Izuku looked confused. Good. A ranger who believes he has no weaknesses becomes careless. Izuku thought about it. So knowing my limits is part of becoming stronger. Yes. The Red Ranger raised his hand. A new training environment appeared. A dark city. Rain fell from the sky. Multiple enemies appeared. Izuku reached for his morpher. The Red Ranger stopped him. Not yet. Izuku lowered his hand. What am I supposed to do? Fight without it. Izuku stared at the approaching enemies. All of them. All of them. The enemies charged. Roar. Izuku took a stance. Then ran forward. The battle continued for hours. Without armor. Without ranger weapons. Without the Morphin grid's direct enhancement. Izuku relied on everything he had learned. Footwork. Timing. Observation. Redirection. Rescue tactics. He was knocked down. He stood again. He was surrounded. He escaped. He made mistakes. He corrected them. Finally, the last enemy disappeared. Izuku stood alone in the rain. The Red Ranger appeared. Now you understand. Izuku breathed heavily. Understand what? The morpher does not make you a ranger. Izuku looked at the device in his hand. Then what does? The Red Ranger pointed toward him. You do. Izuku remained silent. Then he smiled. That's a better answer. The following morning, Izuku arrived at UA, as usual. He walked through the classroom door. The Master Morpher remained hidden. His Ranger keys remained secure. Nobody in class knew what truly powered him. But the Morphin grid was already preparing his next lesson. And this time, it wouldn't be another ordinary training exercise. Deep inside the Master Morpher, a new Ranger key began glowing. S.P.D. Izuku looked down. What now? The device gave a quiet beep. Then the school alarm suddenly sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku looked toward the window. Something was happening at UA, and the Morphin grid had already detected it. The alarm continued ringing. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku looked toward the classroom window. Several students had already stood from their seats. What's happening? Did something break? Maybe it's a training exercise. Aizawa entered the room. Everyone stay where you are. His expression was unusually serious. The class immediately became quiet. There's been a security system malfunction in one of the training facilities. Nobody leaves this classroom until I give permission. Izuku looked down at his desk. Beneath his uniform, the Master Morpher vibrated. Beep, beep. The S.P.D. key glowed faintly. Izuku frowned. The Morphin grid was reacting to the emergency. That meant the situation was more serious than a simple malfunction. Aizawa stepped toward the door. I'll investigate. Before he could leave, crack, the lights suddenly went out. The classroom fell into darkness. Several students gasped. Then emergency lights activated. Red light filled the room. Izuku immediately stood. His eyes scanned the windows. Nothing. The doors. Nothing. The ceiling. Nothing. Then he noticed something unusual. A small security drone was hovering outside the window. It shouldn't have been there. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That's not you. Equipment. Aizawa noticed it too. Everyone stay back. The drone suddenly released a pulse. The classroom doors locked. The windows sealed. The communication screens shut down. Aizawa immediately activated his quirk. Nobody panicked. Izuku looked at the drone. The Master Morpher vibrated again. Beep. A holographic symbol briefly appeared. S.P.D. Emergency detected. Izuku's expression changed. This isn't a normal security breach. Aizawa approached the locked door. He tried opening it manually. Nothing. Interesting. One student raised a hand. Can't we just use our quirks? You can try. Several students activated their quirks. Nothing happened. The door was reinforced with some kind of energy field. Izuku recognized the pattern. It resembled technology he had seen during his S.P.D. training. His hand moved toward the Master Morpher. Then stopped. He couldn't transform in front of everyone. Not yet. He looked at the students. They were beginning to panic. One was trying to force the door open. Another was examining the walls. Bakugo was already preparing an explosion. Izuku quickly stepped forward. Wait. Bakugo looked at him. What? Don't use an explosion. Why? The room is sealed. Izuku pointed toward the ceiling. If you damage the ventilation system, everyone could be trapped inside. Bakugo frowned. Then what do we do? Izuku looked around. We need to find where the system is being controlled. A student with glasses immediately adjusted his glasses. You have a theory. Yes. Izuku pointed toward the classroom's central monitor. The security system is still receiving power. The screen suddenly flickered. A map of UA appeared. Several areas were marked in red. Izuku's eyes narrowed. There. One of the red points was moving. Something is controlling the system from inside the building. Aizawa looked at Izuku. How did you notice that? Izuku hesitated. Pattern recognition. Aizawa stared at him. You noticed it that quickly? Yes. Aizawa remained silent for a moment. Then he looked at the class. Midoriya. Yes. Can you determine where the signal originates? Izuku looked at the map. The red point moved again. Yes. He pointed toward the lower training sector. There. Aizawa nodded. I'll go. Izuku immediately spoke. Take someone with you. Aizawa looked at him. Why? If this is an intrusion, the attacker might have prepared a second trap. Aizawa paused. Good point. He selected 2 students. You two come with me. Izuku remained behind. The door opened. Aizawa disappeared into the hallway. Then, boom. The door slammed shut again. The entire class jumped. They're trapped. Izuku immediately turned toward the door. The security system had changed. The red point on the map disappeared. It moved. Bakugo approached. Where? Izuku pointed toward the opposite side of the building. There. Bakugo frowned. How the hell are we supposed to get there? Izuku looked at the ceiling. There's another route. Izuku moved toward a maintenance panel. He opened it. Behind the panel was a narrow service tunnel. One student stared. How did you know that was there? The building plans. You memorized them. Yes. Bakugo scoffed. Nerd. Izuku ignored him. We need to move. The students followed. Inside the maintenance tunnels, the lights flickered. Beep. Beep. Izuku stopped. Everyone behind him froze. What? Izuku raised one finger. Listen. A faint mechanical noise echoed from ahead. Click. 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 Izuku slowly stepped forward. 3 small drones appeared. Security drones. One student prepared to attack. Izuku stopped him. Wait. He examined the drones. They're not attacking. The drones turned. Their lights became blue. A projection appeared. A futuristic police insignia. Izuku stared. S.P.D. The others looked confused. What's S.P.D.? Izuku didn't answer. The master morpher inside his uniform suddenly activated. Beep. The projection changed. A voice echoed through the tunnel. Emergency transmission received. Izuku's eyes widened. That's from the Morphin grid. The others stared at him. What did you say? Izuku realized his mistake. Nothing. The drones disappeared. The master morpher continued vibrating. Izuku stepped away from the others. He whispered. What do you want? The device projected a small image. A ranger in a futuristic uniform. The S.P.D. Shadow Ranger. The grid has detected a technological anomaly. Izuku frowned. Inside you. Yes. Who caused it? Unknown. The projection vanished. Izuku looked toward the tunnel. Great. They reached the next section. The passage opened into a large control room. Dozens of screens covered the walls. A strange machine sat in the center. Black cables connected it to the U.A. network. Izuku immediately recognized the design. That's not from this world. Bakugo looked at him. You know that thing? Not exactly. The machine suddenly activated. Energy spread through the room. 3 robotic creatures appeared. They looked like armored drones. The students prepared for battle. Izuku stepped forward. Stay behind me. Bakugo frowned. You think you're taking all 3? Izuku reached into his uniform. Yes. Click. The master morpher activated. S.P.D. Red. Red energy exploded around Izuku. His armor formed. The class stared. One student whispered, Midoriya. Izuku raised his weapon. Everyone stay back. The first drone charged. Boom. Izuku blocked its attack. He countered. Strike. The drone staggered. The second attacked from behind. Izuku ducked. The third fired. Whoosh. Izuku rolled across the floor. He immediately switched targets. 1, 2, 3. His movements were precise. S.P.D. training had emphasized controlled engagement and law enforcement. Izuku didn't destroy the drones. He disabled them. He struck their weapons, then their legs, then their power cores. Finally, clack, all three fell. The students stared. Izuku deactivated the armor. His school uniform returned. Bakugo clenched his fists. You did it again. Izuku looked at him. Yes. That armor. Yes. You're hiding something. Izuku sighed. I know. Before Bakugo could continue, the central machine began shaking. Crack, crack, crack. Izuku immediately looked toward it. Everyone move. Boom. The machine exploded. A wave of energy swept across the room. Izuku raised his hand. A protective field appeared around the students. The blast stopped against it. Silence. The smoke slowly cleared. Izuku lowered his hand. Everyone okay? The students nodded. Bakugo stared at him. What was that? Izuku looked at his hand. Another part of the equipment. Bakugo's eye twitched. That's getting annoying. Aizawa eventually arrived with several teachers. The security breach was contained. The strange machine was secured. The drones were taken away for examination. The students returned to the classroom. Aizawa stood at the front. The incident is over. Everyone relaxed. The device appears to have been an unauthorized piece of support technology. Izuku remained silent. That explanation wasn't correct. He knew it. The teachers knew it. But nobody had enough information to say otherwise. Aizawa looked toward him. Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Yes. Come here. Izuku walked forward. Aizawa lowered his voice. That equipment of yours. Izuku waited. It's becoming harder to ignore. Izuku nodded. I understand. Aizawa stared at him. I'm not asking you to reveal everything. Izuku looked surprised. You're not. Number. Aizawa folded his arms. As long as you use it responsibly and don't endanger the class. Izuku nodded. I won't. Good. Aizawa returned to the front. Now sit down. After school, Izuku stood on the roof of U.A. The sun was beginning to set. He looked at the master morpher. The S.P.D. key had stopped glowing. Another key had appeared beside it. Silver. Izuku stared. Silver. The Morphin grid responded with a quiet pulse. Beep. He looked toward the city. Another emergency signal appeared. This one was much farther away. Izuku's expression became serious. Another one. He closed his hand around the morpher. For the first time, he was beginning to understand. The Morphin grid wasn't simply giving him powers. It was showing him where those powers were needed. Izuku looked at the city below. Then toward the fading sunlight. I guess being a ranger doesn't end when the training does. He turned away from the roof. Tomorrow, he would return to class like any other student. But tonight, the Morphin grid was waiting. The morning at U.A. began normally. Izuku arrived before most of the students and took his usual seat near the window. His notebook was already open. He had spent the previous night reviewing everything that had happened during the security incident. The strange machine, the S.P.D. signal, the way the Morphin grid had reacted before the danger became visible. He still didn't understand why it kept warning him. But he had learned one thing. The grid didn't react to ordinary problems. Something unusual was approaching. Aizawa entered the classroom. Today's lesson will take place at the U.S.J. The students immediately became excited. Aizawa raised a hand. Unforeseen simulation joint. Izuku looked at the name. That's quite a place. Aizawa continued. You'll be practicing disaster rescue scenarios. The class prepared their equipment. Izuku quietly checked his backpack. The master morpher was there. Several ranger keys were secured beside it. Mighty Morphin red, Ninja Storm blue, S.P.D. red, Dino Thunder red, and several others. He wasn't expecting to use them. But he had learned not to leave without them. The class arrived at the U.S.J. The enormous facility contained multiple disaster zones. Collapsed buildings, flooded areas, burning structures, rocky terrain, industrial ruins. Everything had been designed to simulate real emergencies. The students looked around in amazement. Izuku watched the environment carefully. Something felt wrong. The Master Morpher was warm against his side. Beep. Izuku frowned. Again. The S.P.D. key flickered. Then stopped. He looked toward the center of the facility. Nothing. Aizawa stepped forward. Before we begin. A strange black mist suddenly appeared. Izuku's expression changed. That's not part of the exercise. A portal opened. Then another. Then dozens. Students froze. People began stepping out of the portals. Villains. Dozens of them. Then hundreds. The class erupted in panic. Villains. There are too many. What's happening? Aizawa immediately moved in front of the students. Stay together. Izuku's eyes scanned the crowd. Different quirks. Different weapons. Different fighting styles. But there was one common element. None of them belonged here. The Master Morpher began vibrating violently. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku reached toward it. Aizawa noticed. Midoriya. Izuku looked at him. Yes. Don't transform unless necessary. Izuku nodded. Understood. A man with pale skin stepped through the portal. His fingers scratched at his neck. So these are the students. Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku had seen his face before. The villain looked toward All Might's absence. Where is he? Aizawa stepped forward. You won't get near my students. Shigaraki laughed. We didn't come here for you. His eyes moved across the class. Then stopped on Izuku. Who's that? Izuku remained silent. Shigaraki stared at him. Something feels strange. Izuku's hand slowly tightened around the Master Morpher. The Morphin grid responded. Kurogiri opened another portal. Scatter them. The villains surged forward. Aizawa immediately engaged. Everyone stay together. But the portals opened beneath the students. Izuku felt the ground disappear. He was pulled into darkness. He landed in a flooded zone. Splash. Izuku looked around. Several classmates had landed nearby. Water covered the ground. Villains surrounded them. There are too many. Izuku looked at the exits. One route was blocked. Another was surrounded. The third led toward a collapsed structure. He immediately began giving instructions. Don't spread out. The others looked at him. What? Stay together. Izuku pointed toward the villains. They want to separate us. One student nodded. He's right. The villains charged. Izuku raised his hands. Everyone move behind me. A student hesitated. But, now, they obeyed. Izuku reached for the Master Morpher. Click. Mystic Force red. Red magical energy surrounded him. Armor formed around his body. A red cape-like mantle appeared behind him. The villains stopped. Another hero. Izuku raised his hand. A magical barrier appeared. Boom. The first attack hit it. The barrier held. Izuku pushed his hand forward. A wave of red energy knocked the attackers backward. Move. The students ran. The villains attacked again. Izuku shifted between defense and offense. He created barriers, redirected attacks, opened magical paths through the flooded zone. The Mystic Force powers allowed him to manipulate energy in ways his other forms couldn't. But he didn't destroy the villains. He focused on getting his classmates to safety. A villain charged toward a student from behind. Izuku saw it. He disappeared. Whoosh. He appeared between them. The attack struck his armor. Clang. Izuku pushed the villain away. Keep moving. The student stared. Midoriya. Later. They reached a safer platform. Izuku looked toward the center of the U.S.J. The villain invasion was spreading. He could hear explosions from different zones. Boom. Boom. Students were scattered across the facility. Aizawa was fighting alone. Izuku clenched his fist. We need to regroup. One student looked at him. How? Izuku activated the communicator. Nothing. The villain interference was blocking the signal. He thought for a moment. Then remembered his S.P.D. training. Communications could fail. Visual signals couldn't. He pointed toward the highest structure in the zone. We'll use that. For what? To signal the others. Izuku climbed. He reached the top. He raised his hand. Red magical energy shot into the sky. Whom? A massive beam appeared above the U.S.J. Several students in other zones noticed. One looked upward. That's Midoriya. Another immediately understood. He's signaling us. Students began moving toward the central zone. Meanwhile, Aizawa fought through wave after wave of villains. Boom. He knocked one away. Another attacked. He dodged. Another. He countered. But there were too many. Damn it. Aizawa looked toward the central zone. A red beam illuminated the facility. Midoriya. Izuku finally reached the central area with several students. More groups began arriving. Everyone's here. Not everyone. Izuku looked around. Where are the others? A student answered. Some are still trapped. Izuku immediately turned. We're going back. Another student stared. But there are hundreds of villains. Izuku nodded. Then we'll be careful. The villains noticed the regrouping. One shouted. They're gathering. Don't let them escape. The entire crowd charged. Izuku raised his morpher. Click. Mystic Force Red. Whom? Magical energy surrounded him. He created a massive barrier. Boom. The villains crashed into it. The barrier shook. Izuku's boots slid backward. They're stronger than the training simulations. He raised his other hand. The barrier expanded. Everyone move. The students began rescuing their classmates. Izuku maintained the barrier. Crack. A fracture appeared. Izuku gritted his teeth. Come on. Crack. Another fracture. Then, a massive explosion struck the barrier. Boom. Izuku was thrown backward. He landed hard. The armor flickered. A villain stepped forward. You're finished. Izuku slowly stood. Not yet. He changed keys. Click. Zeo Ranger V Red. Whom? The mystic armor transformed. Red gold energy surged through his body. The villain attacked. Izuku caught the strike. The villain's eyes widened. What? Izuku pushed him backward. Boom. He flew across the floor. The remaining villains hesitated. Izuku pointed toward them. Leave. They didn't move. That's your warning. Then, a monstrous roar echoed through the facility. Roar. Everyone turned. The ground shook. Something enormous emerged from the mist. Nomu. Izuku's expression became serious. The creature stood beside Shigaraki. Aizawa looked toward it. That's not an ordinary villain. Shigaraki smiled. Now, let's see how long the heroes can survive. Izuku felt the Master Morpher react. Every ranger key inside it began glowing. Red, blue, green, yellow, white, silver, gold, all at once. He stared. Why are they reacting to Nomu? The Morphin grid gave him no answer. Nomu suddenly disappeared. Whoosh. It appeared directly in front of Izuku. Boom. Izuku barely blocked the attack. The force sent him flying. He crashed into the ground. Crack. The armor flickered. Izuku slowly stood. Nomu charged again. He reached for another key. Click. Jungle Fury Red. Red energy surrounded him. The Jungle Fury armor formed. Izuku took a fighting stance. Nomu attacked. Izuku met it head-on. Boom. Their fists collided. The shockwave spread across the facility. Everyone nearby was thrown backward. Izuku slid across the floor. Nomu barely moved. Strong. Izuku looked at the creature. Then at the Master Morpher. Several Ranger keys continued glowing. The grid was telling him something. He simply hadn't understood it yet. Nomu attacked again. Izuku dodged. Boom. The creature struck the floor. Izuku jumped. He landed on its shoulder. Then kicked its head. Boom. Nomu staggered. Izuku switched forms. Click. Zeo Ranger V Red. Then. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Then. Click. Dino Thunder Red. His movements became faster and more unpredictable. Nomu absorbed every impact. But Izuku continued adapting. He wasn't trying to overpower Nomu. He was studying it. How it moved. How it reacted. How it defended. How it recovered. Izuku finally understood. Shock absorption. Nomu's ability wasn't limitless. It reduced the effectiveness of physical attacks. That meant he needed another approach. Izuku looked toward the sky. Everyone. The students turned. Get behind the barriers. They obeyed. Izuku inserted another key. Click. Mystic Force Red. Red energy surrounded him. Then he inserted a second key. The Master Morpher flashed. A strange energy began building. Izuku looked at it. Can I combine them? The device responded. Beep. Yes. Izuku raised his Morpher. Energy from multiple Ranger forms began gathering around him. Red, blue, green, yellow, white, silver. The Morphin grid surged. Nomu charged. Izuku aimed his weapon. Let's finish this. Boom. A massive beam erupted. Nomu was struck directly. The creature was pushed backward. Then, a second blast. Boom. It crashed through the wall. The villains stared. Shigaraki's smile disappeared. What? Kurogiri immediately opened a portal. We must retreat. Shigaraki looked toward Izuku. That boy. Izuku lowered his weapon. The armor faded. He returned to normal. All Might suddenly arrived. Young Midoriya. Izuku looked toward him. All Might's eyes widened. You. Izuku glanced at the destroyed wall. I can explain. All Might looked at the strange energy fading from Izuku's hands. Then at the fleeing villains. I think we need to talk. Izuku sighed. I was afraid you'd say that. Behind them, Nomu slowly moved. One eye opened. Izuku noticed. His expression changed. It's still moving. All Might turned. Stay back. Izuku reached for the Master Morpher. The battle wasn't over yet. The U.S.J. had gone silent. The remaining villains had retreated. Students were being gathered behind the emergency barriers. Aizawa stood near the center of the facility, breathing heavily after fighting through the invading villains. All Might had arrived, and in front of him stood Nomu. The creature slowly rose from the rubble. Crack. Pieces of broken concrete fell from its body. Izuku stared at it. The Master Morpher in his hand was glowing. All Might stepped forward. Young Midoriya, stay back. Izuku looked at him. I can help. This opponent is beyond what you should handle. Izuku glanced at Nomu. I'm not sure about that. Nomu suddenly vanished. Whoosh. All Might raised his arm. Boom. The creature struck him. The impact sent All Might sliding across the ground. All Might. Izuku immediately moved. Nomu turned toward him. Its eyes locked onto Izuku. Izuku stopped. So that's your target. Nomu charged. Boom. Izuku jumped over the attack. The creature turned instantly. Too fast. Izuku barely blocked the next strike. Clang. The force pushed him backward. He landed several meters away. All Might stared. Young Midoriya. Izuku stood. His armor was still intact. But the impact had been enormous. This thing is fast. Nomu charged again. Izuku raised the Master Morpher. Click. Zeo Ranger V Red. Red gold energy surrounded him. The armor changed. His strength increased. Nomu attacked. Izuku met the punch. Boom. The shockwave shook the floor. Izuku pushed forward. One punch. Boom. Nomu staggered. Another. Boom. The creature barely moved. Izuku frowned. Shock absorption. He had already discovered that during their first exchange, physical force wasn't enough. Nomu suddenly grabbed his arm. Izuku's eyes widened. The creature swung him. Whoosh. Boom. Izuku crashed into the ground. The Zeo armor flickered. He rolled away before another attack landed. Boom. The floor shattered. Izuku stood. That wasn't pleasant. All Might approached. Young Midoriya, let me handle this. Izuku looked at him. You'll need a different strategy. All Might blinked. What? It absorbs physical attacks. All Might looked at Nomu. Izuku continued. Your punches aren't having their normal effect. All Might's expression became serious. You're right. Nomu charged again. All Might intercepted it. Boom. The two collided. Izuku watched carefully. All Might's strength was enormous. But Nomu absorbed the impact. The creature countered. Boom. All Might was pushed backward. Izuku clenched his fist. I need something that doesn't rely entirely on physical impact. The Master Morpher began glowing. One key turned blue. Izuku pulled it out. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whom? Blue energy surrounded him. The armor changed. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. Nomu looked around. Nothing. Izuku appeared behind it. Strike. Nomu turned. Izuku vanished. Another strike. Then another. Whoosh. 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 Nomu couldn't predict his movement. But its shock absorption remained effective. Izuku wasn't causing enough damage. He changed again. Click. Jungle Fury Red. Red energy flashed around him. The tiger-inspired armor formed. Izuku rushed forward. He struck Nomu with a series of martial arts attacks. Boom. 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 Nomu blocked several. Izuku changed his angle. He attacked the joints. Then the legs. Then the shoulders. Nomu stumbled, but recovered instantly. Izuku jumped backward. Still not enough. All Might rushed forward. Detroit Smash. Boom. The punch struck Nomu. The entire building shook. Nomu barely moved. Izuku stared. It really can absorb an absurd amount of force. Nomu suddenly grabbed All Might. The two crashed into the ground. Boom. Izuku's expression changed. He reached for another key. Silver. He remembered the training. Space. Technology. Speed. He inserted it. Click. Lightspeed Rescue Red. Whom? A new armor formed. Izuku accelerated. Whoosh. He reached All Might before Nomu could strike again. His weapon appeared. He swung. Clang. Nomu's grip broke. All Might escaped. Thank you, young Midoriya. You're welcome. Nomu turned. Izuku raised his weapon. Now we know something. All Might looked at him. What? It's reacting to every form differently. Izuku switched keys again. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Boom. Red energy surrounded him. He attacked. Nomu blocked. Then, click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whoosh. He attacked from another angle. Then, click. Zeo Ranger V Red. Boom. Another strike. Nomu continued adapting. Izuku watched. It's learning. All Might nodded. Then we must overwhelm it. Izuku looked at his Master Morpher. Exactly. Izuku began changing forms faster. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Strike. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whoosh. Click. Jungle Fury Red. Boom. Click. Zeo Ranger V Red. Boom. Click. Lightspeed Rescue Red. Whoosh. Each form brought a different fighting style. Nomu couldn't predict the next attack. But it continued absorbing the physical damage. Izuku stepped backward. Still not enough. He looked toward the Master Morpher. One final key was glowing. Dino Thunder Red. Izuku smiled. Let's try this. Click. Dino Thunder Red. Whom? Red energy exploded around him. The armor formed. The Dino Thunder power surged through his body. Nomu charged. Izuku raised his weapon. The two collided. Boom. Nomu was pushed backward. Izuku followed. Boom. Another attack. Then another. The creature finally staggered. All Might saw the opening. Young Midoriya. Izuku understood immediately. Now, All Might rushed forward. Izuku moved to the opposite side. Nomu was trapped between them. Detroit Smash. Izuku unleashed his own attack. Full power. Boom. The combined impact sent Nomu flying. The creature crashed through several walls. Boom. 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 It finally stopped. Dust filled the air. Everyone watched. Izuku lowered his weapon. Did that work? All Might stood beside him. I believe so. Then, a hand emerged from the rubble. Crack. Izuku's expression changed. Number. Nomu stepped out. Damaged. But standing. All Might stared. Unbelievable. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. The Ranger keys were glowing again. Not one. Not two. All of them. Red. Blue. Green. Yellow. Black. White. Silver. Gold. The Morphin grid was responding to Nomu. Izuku suddenly understood why. It wants me to use everything. All Might looked at him. Everything. Izuku nodded. Every Ranger. The Master Morpher opened. The Ranger keys rose into the air. One after another. Dozens. Then hundreds. They floated around Izuku. The students stared. What is that? Aizawa looked at the phenomenon. I have no idea. Izuku reached toward the keys. The Morphin grid appeared behind him like a massive field of light. Every Ranger silhouette he had seen during his dreams appeared around him. Mighty Morphin. Zeo. Turbo. In Space. Lost Galaxy. Lightspeed Rescue. Time Force. Wild Force. Ninja Storm. Dino Thunder. S.P.D. Mystic Force. Jungle Fury. RPM. Samurai. Megaforce. And many more. Izuku stared. All of you. The silhouettes raised their weapons. The Morphin grid surged. Energy flowed into the Master Morpher. Izuku closed his eyes. Then opened them. Let's do this. He inserted multiple keys. The Master Morpher flashed. Morphin grid combination. Red energy surrounded him. Then blue. Then green. Then gold. Then silver. His armor became layered with energy from multiple Ranger eras. Nomu charged. Izuku stepped forward. Boom. He met the creature. This time, the attack wasn't a single physical blow. Energy erupted from the armor. Nomu's shock absorption struggled to process it. The creature was pushed backward. Izuku followed. Whoosh. He appeared above it. Then below. Then behind. Every movement changed his attack pattern. Nomu attempted to adapt, but there were too many variations. Izuku raised his weapon. Full grid strike. A massive beam of multicolored energy struck Nomu. Boom. The creature was launched backward. It crashed through the upper wall. Boom. Then another. Boom. Finally, it was thrown outside the U.S.J. Silence returned. Izuku slowly lowered the Master Morpher. The armor disappeared. He stood in his school uniform again. All Might stared at the destroyed wall. Young Midoriya. Izuku looked at him. Yes. That was remarkable. Izuku scratched his cheek. Thanks. Aizawa walked toward him. His expression was exhausted. Midoriya. Yes. How many forms can you use? Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. I don't know. Aizawa stared. You don't know. The number keeps increasing. Aizawa closed his eyes. Of course it does. Outside the U.S.J. Nomu was still alive. Kurogiri opened a portal. Shigaraki watched the damaged creature disappear into it. His hand trembled. That student. He stared at the U.S.J. What is he? Kurogiri didn't answer. Then Shigaraki noticed something. A small green symbol had appeared on Nomu's body. It was glowing faintly. The same symbol that had appeared on Izuku's Master Morpher. Shigaraki scratched his neck. That power. His expression darkened. I want it. Back inside the U.S.J. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. The device was quiet now. But one final message appeared. Grid connection expanded. Izuku stared at it. Expanded. The message disappeared. He looked toward the broken ceiling. Somewhere beyond the clouds, the Morphin grid continued to spread its energy. And for the first time, Izuku realized something important. He hadn't merely been given access to the powers of the Rangers. The grid itself was beginning to recognize him as one of its central champions. Izuku sighed. This is getting much bigger than expected. All Might smiled. Young Midoriya. Izuku turned. Yes. Welcome to the world of heroes. Izuku looked at the ruined U.S.J. Then at the Master Morpher. I have a feeling this world isn't ready for what comes next. The U.S.J. had finally fallen silent. Smoke drifted through the broken corridors. Pieces of concrete covered the ground. Several training zones had been damaged beyond recognition. Students were gathered together while pro-heroes treated the injured. Izuku stood near the edge of the main plaza. His Master Morpher was quiet. For the first time since the invasion began, none of the Ranger keys were glowing. Izuku looked down at the device. Finally, he had barely finished speaking when a familiar voice came from behind him. Young Midoriya. Izuku turned. All Might stood there. His costume was damaged, but he was still smiling. You fought remarkably well. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Thanks. However, All Might's expression became more serious. We need to discuss that final attack. Izuku already knew where this was going. The grid combination. Yes. All Might looked at the Master Morpher. You appeared to summon the powers of countless heroes. Izuku nodded. That's what happened. And you have access to all of them. Apparently. All Might's eyes widened. Apparently. Izuku shrugged. I haven't counted them. All Might laughed awkwardly. Young Midoriya. That is not exactly a small detail. Aizawa approached them. The police are here. Izuku looked toward the entrance. Several police officers and rescue teams were entering the U.S.J. Aizawa looked at him. You're going to give a statement. Izuku sighed. All right. And don't transform. Izuku blinked. I wasn't planning to. Aizawa stared at him. Good. The students were eventually escorted outside. Izuku walked with the others. Everyone was talking at once. Did you see Midoriya? He changed armor so many times. That final attack was incredible. Was that really a quirk? Izuku tried to ignore them. Then Ochako approached him. Midoriya. He looked over. Yes. Thank you. Izuku blinked. For what? You helped everyone get out. She smiled. You didn't have to. Izuku looked away. That's what heroes are supposed to do. Ochako smiled. Yeah. Bakugo walked past them. He stopped. Deku. Izuku turned. What? Bakugo stared at him. Next time. Izuku waited. I'm beating you. Izuku sighed. You've said that before. And I mean it. Bakugo walked away. Izuku watched him go. He really doesn't give up. Ochako laughed. That's Bakugo. The next day, U.A. was closed for repairs. Izuku returned home. His mother immediately hugged him. Izuku. He froze. Mom. I heard there was an attack at U.A. She held him tightly. Are you hurt? Number. Are you sure? Yes. She looked at him carefully. You aren't hiding anything. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Not anything important. His mother narrowed her eyes. That's exactly what someone hiding something would say. Izuku quickly changed the subject. I'm hungry. I made dinner. Perfect. That night, Izuku entered the Morphin grid. But something was different. The usual training arena was gone. Instead, an enormous battlefield appeared. Thousands of lights stretched across the horizon. Each light represented a ranger power. Izuku stared. What is this? The Red Ranger appeared. The Legend War. Izuku looked around. Legend War. The powers you inherited are connected to generations of Rangers. Izuku walked forward. So what am I supposed to do? The Red Ranger pointed toward the horizon. A massive army appeared. Robots. Monsters. War machines. Alien creatures. Izuku stared. That's a lot. The Red Ranger nodded. You must learn to command them. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. Not just use them. Correct. Command them. Yes. Izuku sighed. All right. The army attacked. Izuku immediately reached for the Master Morpher. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Red energy surrounded him. He charged. Boom. One enemy fell. Another attacked. Izuku blocked. Then changed. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whoosh. He disappeared. 3 enemies fell before they could react. Another group surrounded him. Click. Dino Thunder Red. Boom. The attack cleared the area. Izuku continued moving. But the army didn't stop. More appeared. Then more. Izuku changed forms repeatedly. Zeo. Turbo. In Space. Lost Galaxy. Lightspeed Rescue. Time Force. Wild Force. Ninja Storm. Dino Thunder. S.P.D. Mystic Force. Jungle Fury. RPM. Samurai. Megaforce. Each transformation changed his fighting style. But eventually, Izuku stopped. He lowered his weapon. This isn't working. The Red Ranger appeared. Why? Because I'm fighting them one at a time. The Red Ranger smiled. Continue. Izuku looked at the army. Then at the Master Morpher. He understood. The grid wasn't asking him to become every ranger. It was asking him to fight as all of them. At once, Izuku raised the Master Morpher. The ranger keys rose into the air. 1, 10, 50, hundreds. They formed a massive circle around him. The entire battlefield became illuminated. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, silver, gold, all the colors mixed together. Izuku raised his hand. Morphin grid. The energy responded. The ranger silhouettes appeared behind him. Dozens. Then hundreds. Izuku looked forward. Legend War. The army charged. Izuku pointed forward. Let's go. The ranger silhouettes moved. Boom. Energy filled the battlefield. The battle became enormous. Mighty Morphin Rangers appeared beside modern Rangers. Dino powers clashed with futuristic technology. Magic combined with martial arts. Speed powers combined with strength. Izuku moved between all of them. He didn't control each ranger individually. The grid connected their powers directly to him. He could feel every style, every weapon, every combat technique, every transformation. His movements became seamless. One moment he was using a power sword. The next he was wielding a futuristic weapon. Then a mystical weapon. Then a dino-powered attack. Then a speed-based strike. The army began collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, only one enemy remained. A gigantic war machine. It was taller than the surrounding buildings. Izuku looked up. That's new. The machine raised its weapon. A massive energy cannon fired. Izuku raised his hand. The ranger powers gathered. A barrier appeared. Boom. The blast collided with it. The barrier cracked. Izuku pushed harder. Come on. Crack. The barrier began breaking. Then he heard voices. Not one. Hundreds. The voices of the rangers. Stand together. Izuku's eyes widened. The Master Morpher opened. All ranger keys flew into it. The entire Morphin grid erupted. Izuku's armor transformed. Red energy formed the base. Blue energy wrapped around his arms. Green energy flowed across his shoulders. Gold and silver covered his chest. Different symbols appeared across the armor. The helmet changed. The visor became brighter. The energy surrounding him became enormous. Izuku raised his weapon. Full grid cannon. All the Ranger powers gathered into a single point. Red, blue, green, yellow, white, gold, silver, every color. The energy compressed. Then, a gigantic beam erupted. It crossed the battlefield. The war machine fired again. Boom. The two attacks collided. For several seconds, neither side moved. Izuku pushed forward. Come on. The beam expanded. Full grid. Boom. The war machine disappeared beneath the combined energy. The battlefield became silent. Izuku stood alone. The Ranger silhouettes slowly faded. The Red Ranger approached. You have learned. Izuku looked at him. Learned what? That the grid isn't a collection of powers. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. It's a connection. The Red Ranger nodded. Izuku smiled. That's actually useful. Izuku woke up the next morning. His alarm was ringing. Beep, beep, beep. He opened his eyes. Already morning. He sat up. The Master Morpher was lying beside him. One Ranger key was glowing. Super Megaforce. Izuku picked it up. What are you planning? The key flashed. Then went dark. Izuku sighed. Fine. Several days later. Reopened. The students returned to class. The damage from the invasion had been repaired enough for lessons to continue. Aizawa stood at the front. The U.S.J. incident is over. Everyone listened. But the school will increase security. Izuku looked down at his desk. The Master Morpher remained hidden. Aizawa continued. We'll also be preparing for the U.A. Sports Festival. The class erupted. The sports festival. That's huge. Pro heroes watch it. Izuku blinked. Sports festival. Aizawa nodded. Yes. Bakugo immediately smiled. Perfect. Izuku already knew what that meant. Bakugo was looking directly at him. Don't tell me. Bakugo grinned. I'm going to beat you in front of everyone. Izuku sighed. Of course. After class, Izuku walked down the hallway. The Master Morpher suddenly vibrated. Beep. He stopped. The Super Megaforce key glowed. Then several others began glowing with it. Izuku stared. Why are they all reacting? A strange image appeared on the Morpher. A stadium. Thousands of people. Ranger energy. Izuku slowly smiled. The sports festival. The Morphin grid had already decided. U.A.'s biggest public event was about to become the first place where the world would see just how many powers Izuku Midoriya truly possessed. The U.A. Sports Festival arrived. The stadium was packed. Thousands of spectators filled the stands while cameras pointed toward the arena. Pro heroes occupied the special viewing areas, carefully observing the students who would become the next generation of heroes. Izuku stood with Class 1A behind the entrance gate. He could hear the crowd through the walls. Cheering, shouting, commentators discussing the students, and, beneath all of it, the familiar hum of the Morphin grid. Beep. Izuku looked down. The Master Morpher inside his uniform was vibrating. You picked a strange day to get excited. The device flashed once, then went quiet. Izuku sighed. He already knew what that meant. The Morphin grid wanted him to use his Ranger powers publicly. The students entered the stadium. The crowd erupted. There they are. It's Class 1A. The students who survived the U.S.J. attack. Izuku walked alongside his classmates. Bakugo was already glaring at the other classes. Todoroki remained quiet. Ochako looked nervous. Izuku simply watched the arena. Midnight stood in the center. Welcome to the U.A. Sports Festival. The stadium erupted again. This is the event where our future heroes compete to show the world what they can do. Izuku looked toward the cameras. This is going to be troublesome. The first event was announced. The obstacle race. The students were moved toward the starting line. Izuku looked across the track. It was filled with obstacles. Giant robots, walls, minefields, narrow passages. The goal was simple: reach the finish line first. Midnight raised her hand. Get ready. Izuku lowered his stance. Beside him, Bakugo smiled. Todoroki watched silently. The signal sounded. Boom. The entire group surged forward. Izuku immediately activated his training. He didn't transform. Not yet. He sprinted through the opening crowd. Several students used their quirks. Ice spread across the ground. Engines roared. Explosions erupted. Izuku avoided them. Then he saw the first obstacle. A giant robot. It swung its arm. Whoosh. Izuku ducked beneath it. Another robot attacked. He jumped onto its shoulder. Then used it as a platform to leap forward. He landed ahead of the crowd. That works. Behind him. Boom. Bakugo blasted through the robots. Move. Izuku glanced back. Of course. The second obstacle appeared. A massive wall blocked the path. Several students stopped. Izuku didn't. He ran toward it. At the final second, he jumped. His fingers grabbed the edge. He pulled himself upward. But another student was already climbing beside him. Izuku looked at the wall. Then at the Master Morpher. The device vibrated. Beep. A red key glowed. Izuku sighed. Fine. He reached beneath his uniform. Click. RPM red. Red energy surrounded him. His armor formed instantly. The students nearby stared. Midoriya transformed. Izuku didn't stop. His speed increased. He sprinted up the wall. His boots struck the surface repeatedly. Whoosh. He reached the top. Then jumped over the other side. The armor vanished before he landed. Izuku continued running in his school uniform. One camera followed him. The commentators began shouting. What was that? Midoriya has transformed again. We've never seen anything like this. Izuku reached the minefield. He stopped. Hundreds of small explosive devices covered the ground. One student tried jumping across. Boom. He was thrown sideways. Izuku stared at the field. That's annoying. The Master Morpher vibrated again. A blue key glowed. Izuku pulled it out. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Blue energy surrounded him. He disappeared. Whoosh. He moved across the minefield faster than the cameras could follow. One mine activated. Boom. Izuku was already gone. Another exploded. Boom. He appeared at the other side. His armor vanished. He crossed the finish line. The crowd erupted. The giant stadium screen displayed the rankings. Izuku Midoriya first. Katsuki Bakugo second. Shoto Todoroki third. The audience exploded with cheers. Izuku looked up at the screen. First. Bakugo crossed the finish line seconds later. He stared at the rankings. His expression darkened. Deku. Izuku turned. Yes. You've got to be kidding me. I didn't know we were competing for second. Bakugo's eye twitched. Don't mock me. Izuku walked away. I wasn't. The commentators couldn't stop talking about him. Midoriya is an incredible anomaly. He's using completely different combat systems. First he displayed incredible physical speed, then he suddenly transformed. What exactly is that power? In the pro-hero viewing area, several heroes were watching closely. Aizawa remained silent. One hero turned toward him. You really don't know what his quirk is. Aizawa shook his head. It's not a quirk. The hero stared. Then what is it? Aizawa looked at the screen. Izuku was standing at the center of the stadium. Something else. The second event was announced. The cavalry battle. Students were divided into teams. Izuku looked around. Several classmates approached him. Ochako, Tenya, and a few others. Midoriya, can we join your team? Izuku nodded. Of course. They formed their group. The rules were explained. Points would be assigned to each student. The higher the student's ranking, the more points their headband would contain. Izuku's headband had an enormous number. His teammates stared at it. That's a problem. Izuku nodded. Yes. The horn sounded. The other teams immediately rushed toward them. Boom. Izuku's team moved. The first attack came from the side. Izuku raised his hand. Left. Ochako reacted instantly. The attacker missed. Another team charged from behind. Right. Tenya accelerated. The enemy was pushed away. Izuku watched the battlefield. Too many opponents. Too little space. Then he remembered his S.P.D. training. Command. Coordination. Communication. He began giving instructions. Ochako, lift us. Tenya, move forward. I'll handle the rear. His teammates followed. Their movement became coordinated. They dodged several attacks. Then a massive ice wall appeared. Todoroki. Izuku looked toward him. Of course. The ice spread across the ground. Izuku reached for his morpher. Click. Samurai red. Red energy surrounded him. His armor formed. The spin sword appeared in his hand. Izuku swung. Whoosh. A wave of fiery energy cut through the ice. Steam filled the battlefield. The crowd roared. Izuku immediately deactivated the armor. Move. His team advanced. Another team attacked. Izuku switched forms. Click. Wild Force red. The armor appeared. His strength increased. He grabbed the attacking team's vehicle and pushed it aside. Boom. The vehicle slid across the arena. The audience screamed. Another transformation. Izuku immediately changed again. Click. Lightspeed rescue red. Whoosh. He accelerated. The team attempted to escape. Izuku caught them. Then, click. Ninja storm blue. He disappeared. The enemy looked around. Izuku appeared behind them. Their headband was gone. Got it. He returned to his team. The entire exchange took only seconds. The final seconds approached. The scoreboard flashed. Izuku's team remained in first place. Bakugo's team was closing in. Deku. Izuku turned. Bakugo charged. Boom. His explosions propelled him forward. Izuku jumped. Bakugo followed. Boom. Another explosion. Izuku changed forms in midair. Click. S.P.D. red. His armor appeared. He accelerated. Bakugo tried following. Stop running. Izuku looked back. Number. Whoosh. The timer reached 0. The cavalry battle ended. Izuku's team had won. The crowd was louder than before. The commentators were almost shouting. Midoriya has dominated both events. He's used at least 6 different ranger forms. How many does he actually have? Izuku returned to the waiting area. His armor disappeared. Aizawa approached. You used more forms than necessary. Izuku nodded. I needed the right abilities for the situation. You could have won without changing so often. Probably. Aizawa stared at him. Probably. Izuku shrugged. I'm still learning. Then came the tournament announcement. Only 16 students remained. They would fight one-on-one. Izuku looked at the bracket. His eyes moved down the list. Then stopped. Izuku Midoriya vs Hantashiro. Izuku nodded. Okay. Bakugo looked at his own match. Todoroki stared at his. The crowd began cheering again. Izuku entered the arena. His opponent stood across from him. The referee raised her hand. Begin. Shiro fired his tape. Whoosh. Izuku dodged. Another. Whoosh. Izuku jumped. The tape wrapped around the wall. Shiro tried pulling him. Izuku grabbed the tape. Then pulled. Shiro stumbled forward. Izuku caught him. You're out. The referee blinked. That's. Shiro was already outside the boundary. Winner. Izuku Midoriya. The crowd cheered. Izuku walked away. That was quick. The next matches continued. One by one, students were eliminated. Izuku watched carefully. Then Todoroki entered the arena. Ice spread across the battlefield. The crowd roared. Izuku watched from the waiting area. His master morpher began glowing. Not red, not blue, not gold. A faint white light surrounded one particular key. Izuku reached toward it. The key displayed a symbol he had never seen before. He frowned. "What are you showing me?" The grid gave no answer. Todoroki won his match. Then another announcement appeared. Next match. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. Izuku looked at the screen. Todoroki looked at him from across the arena. The crowd erupted. Bakugo grinned from the waiting area. "Now that's a fight." Izuku slowly stood. He checked his master morpher. The white key continued glowing. So that's what this was about. He walked toward the arena. The stadium lights followed him. Todoroki stood at the opposite side. Ice gathered around his feet. Izuku raised his hand. The master morpher opened. Click. A red key appeared. Then a white one. Izuku looked at both. "Let's see which one works." The referee raised her hand. The crowd became silent. "Begin." Ice exploded across the arena. Izuku jumped. The tournament had just entered its most important battle yet. The ice reached Izuku before he could take another step. A massive wave spread across the arena. Izuku jumped. His boots barely cleared the rising ice as it covered the ground beneath him. He landed on the top of an ice formation. Shoto stood at the opposite end of the arena. His expression remained calm. "You should surrender." Izuku looked down at the frozen battlefield. "That's a little early." Shoto raised his left hand. More ice began forming. "You can't win if you keep holding back." Izuku glanced at his master morpher. The white key was still glowing. "Maybe." Shoto released another wave. Izuku jumped again. The ice climbed higher. He moved from one frozen surface to another, avoiding each attack. The audience watched in amazement. Todoroki is covering the entire arena. Midoriya is still avoiding every attack. Izuku landed. He looked at Shoto. "You're really committed to ice." Shoto didn't respond. His right hand remained at his side. Izuku understood. "You aren't using your left side." Shoto's expression changed slightly. "That's none of your concern." Another wave came. Izuku reached for the master morpher. Click. Samurai red. Red energy surrounded him. His armor formed around his body. The spin sword appeared in his hand. The crowd erupted. Another ranger form. Izuku swung the sword. A wave of fiery energy swept across the arena. Whoosh! The incoming ice began melting. Steam filled the battlefield. Shoto narrowed his eyes. "Fire." Izuku nodded. "Looks like it." Shoto created another massive ice wall. Izuku rushed forward. His sword struck the wall. Clang! The blade cut through the frozen surface. Izuku continued moving. Slice. 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 The wall collapsed. Crash. Shoto stepped backward. Izuku jumped over the remaining ice. He landed several meters away. Shoto immediately raised his right hand. Flames erupted. The entire arena became illuminated. Izuku stopped. "So you can use it." Shoto stared at his own flames. "I know." "Then why didn't you?" Shoto's expression hardened. "Because I don't want to use the power he gave me." Izuku looked at him. "Your father." Shoto's eyes narrowed. "Don't talk about him." Izuku lowered his sword. "Fine." Shoto looked surprised. "You're not going to tell me I should use it." "That's your decision." Izuku raised his sword again. "But if you're going to fight me, you should use everything you have." Shoto remained silent. Then his left side erupted. Flames covered his body. The temperature across the arena changed instantly. The crowd gasped. Izuku smiled slightly. "There we go." Shoto attacked. Ice spread from one side. Fire erupted from the other. The two elements crossed across the arena. Boom. Izuku jumped between them. His samurai armor absorbed some of the heat. He swung his sword. Whoosh. A fiery slash struck the ice. Steam exploded outward. Shoto continued attacking. Ice. Fire. Ice. Fire. Izuku kept moving. He wasn't trying to overpower Shoto. He was looking for an opening. Then he noticed something. Shoto's attacks became more balanced whenever he used both sides. His movements were smoother. His breathing was steadier. Izuku realized something else. Shoto wasn't fighting with anger anymore. He was actually concentrating. Better. Shoto heard him. What? You're fighting better now. Shoto's eyes narrowed. Don't distract yourself. He launched another combined attack. Izuku crossed his sword in front of himself. The impact pushed him backward. His boots carved lines into the arena floor. He stopped at the edge. One more step would eliminate him. Izuku looked down. That was close. Shoto raised his hand. Give up. Izuku shook his head. Number. The Master Morpher began glowing. The white key became brighter. Izuku pulled it out. Shoto stared. Another transformation. Yes. Izuku inserted the key. Click. White energy surrounded him. Then red. Then gold. The samurai armor changed. The sword became brighter. A fiery symbol appeared across the chest. Izuku looked at his hands. Super mode. The energy expanded. The crowd erupted. The commentator shouted. Midoriya has transformed again. Izuku rushed forward. Whoosh. Shoto created an enormous ice wall. Izuku swung his sword. Slash. The wall split apart. Shoto immediately attacked with fire. Izuku spun. His sword created a circular wave. The flames were redirected. Shoto stepped backward. Izuku advanced. Shoto unleashed his strongest combination. Ice spread across the ground. Fire erupted from above. The arena became a storm of two opposing elements. Izuku jumped. The fire passed beneath him. He landed on an ice pillar. Another wave came. He jumped again. The pillar exploded. Boom. Izuku landed. His armor was beginning to flicker. The transformation was consuming energy. He couldn't continue indefinitely. He needed to end the fight. Shoto gathered more power. Izuku raised his sword. All right. He took a stance. The Master Morpher began glowing. The Morphin grid responded. A red aura surrounded him. Then white. Then gold. The energy concentrated into his sword. Shoto released everything. A massive wall of ice and fire rushed forward. Izuku charged directly toward it. The crowd screamed. Midoriya is going straight through. Izuku didn't slow down. His sword glowed. Samurai strike. Slash. The energy wave cut through the attack. The ice shattered. The flames separated. Izuku emerged from the center. He continued forward. Shoto raised his arms. Izuku stopped his sword just before reaching him. The energy dispersed. Silence. Shoto stared at the sword. Then at Izuku. Izuku lowered it. You're beaten. Shoto looked toward the boundary. One foot was already outside. The referee raised her hand. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. The stadium exploded with cheers. Winner. Izuku Midoriya. The audience erupted. Izuku deactivated the armor. His school uniform returned. Shoto remained standing for several seconds. Then he looked at his left hand. The flames were still burning. Quietly, he said, I used it. Izuku heard him. Yes. Shoto looked at him. Because you told me to. Izuku shook his head. Number. Shoto frowned. Then why? Because you chose to. Shoto stared at him. Izuku walked toward the exit. That's different. Outside the arena, Izuku was greeted by his classmates. Ochako immediately smiled. That was amazing. Tenya adjusted his glasses. Your tactical adaptation was highly efficient. Izuku nodded. Thanks. Bakugo walked past them. Don't get comfortable. Izuku looked at him. Why? Because I'm next. Izuku looked at the tournament bracket. Bakugo had advanced. Right. Bakugo grinned. I'm going to destroy you. Izuku sighed. You've said that before. This time I mean it. You meant it last time. Bakugo's eye twitched. Later, Izuku sat in the waiting area. He looked at the Master Morpher. The white key had stopped glowing. Another key had begun to shine. Red. But this one felt different. A symbol appeared on its surface. A clock. Izuku stared. Time Force. The Morphin grid responded with a quiet pulse. He looked toward the tournament arena. Only a few matches remained. Then the festival would be over. But the grid was already showing him something beyond you. A city. A dark alley. A man holding a sword. Izuku's expression became serious. That's not part of the festival. The image disappeared. The Master Morpher returned to normal. Izuku closed his hand around it. Somewhere far away, danger was waiting. And the Morphin grid had already noticed. The U.A. Sports Festival had ended several days ago. The attention surrounding Izuku Midoriya had not. News reports continued discussing the mysterious Quirkless student who could suddenly appear in different suits of armor and use completely different abilities. Some called it an unknown support item. Others believed it was an unusual quirk. A few pro heroes had even started asking questions about where his equipment came from. Izuku ignored most of it. He had more important things to worry about. His internship. Izuku stood in the office of a pro-hero agency in Hosu City. The city was much larger than he expected. Tall buildings filled the horizon. Trains moved between towers. Cars traveled along crowded roads. Heroes patrolled the streets. Izuku looked through the window. Hosu is busy. The pro-hero supervising him nodded. It's one of the largest cities in the region. You'll be doing patrol work today. Izuku nodded. Understood. His Master Morpher remained hidden beneath his clothes. Several ranger keys were secured inside. One particular key had been glowing since he arrived. Red, with a small clock symbol. Time Force. Izuku had seen the same symbol during the sports festival. He still didn't understand why it kept reacting. The patrol began. Izuku walked through the streets with the other interns. Nothing seemed unusual. People went to work. Children walked with their parents. Heroes responded to minor incidents. Izuku remained alert. His ranger training had taught him to observe everything. Windows, rooftops, alleys, crowds, escape routes, potential hazards. Then he heard something. Not with his ears. His Master Morpher vibrated. Beep. Izuku stopped. The Time Force key glowed. Again. One of the other interns looked at him. What's wrong? Izuku looked toward the eastern side of the city. Something happened. How do you know? Izuku didn't answer immediately. He had no clear explanation. The Morphin grid had detected something. But there was another sensation. A familiar voice. A familiar mind. Izuku's eyes widened. Iida. Tenya Iida. Izuku could recognize his presence immediately. They had spent enough time together in class for Izuku to recognize his voice. But this wasn't ordinary. There was anger, fear, determination, and something else. Danger. Izuku turned toward the alleyways. I need to go. The supervising hero looked at him. Midoriya. I'll explain later. Izuku reached beneath his clothes. The Time Force key was glowing brightly. Click. Time Force red. Red energy surrounded his body. The armor formed. The helmet locked into place. The world seemed to slow around him. Izuku looked down the street. Then disappeared. Whoosh. Cars became streaks. People barely had time to react. Izuku raced through the city. The Time Force powers enhanced his speed beyond what an ordinary human could achieve. He moved through intersections, over barriers, across rooftops, through narrow streets. His communicator began beeping. Beep, beep. Izuku stopped on top of a building. A location appeared on his visor. He was close, very close. He looked down. An alley stretched between two buildings. Something had happened there. Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He landed silently. Then he heard a voice. "You're too late." Izuku looked ahead. Tenya was standing several meters away. His costume was damaged. His breathing was heavy. And someone was standing opposite him. A man carrying swords. Izuku immediately recognized him. Hero killer. Stain. Stain looked toward the newcomer. Another student. Izuku stepped forward. Iida. Tenya looked toward him. Midoriya. Izuku's eyes moved between them. "Are you injured? I can still fight." "That's not what I asked." Tenya clenched his fists. "He attacked my brother." Izuku understood. Stain's expression hardened. "You call yourself a hero?" Tenya stepped forward. "He is a murderer." Stain raised his sword. "Then prove that you deserve the name hero." Izuku moved between them. "Iida." Tenya looked at him. "Step back." "But." "Step back." Tenya hesitated. Then obeyed. Stain stared at Izuku. "You have strange armor." Izuku looked at his own suit. "Thanks. You think this is a joke?" "Number." Izuku drew his weapon. "I just don't think shouting makes anyone more convincing." Stain's eyes narrowed. Stain charged. Whoosh. Izuku raised his weapon. Clang. The blades collided. Stain pushed forward. Izuku stepped aside. Another strike. Izuku blocked. Another. He dodged. The Time Force armor allowed him to react faster than Stain expected. Stain swung toward his shoulder. Izuku ducked. The blade passed over his helmet. Izuku stepped forward. Strike. Stain blocked. The two separated. Stain looked surprised. "Your speed." Izuku remained calm. "It's useful." Stain charged again. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. Stain turned. Nothing. Then Izuku appeared behind him. "You're too focused on attacking." Stain spun. Izuku was already gone. Stain's eyes scanned the alley. He listened carefully. Nothing. Izuku moved through the shadows. Time Force Red allowed him to accelerate and change direction rapidly. But he didn't attack recklessly. He was studying Stain, his swordsmanship, his footwork, his breathing, his habits. Stain favored direct attacks. He tried to force his opponents into positions where he could draw blood. Izuku recognized the strategy. He needs blood. Stain heard him. "You understand." Izuku nodded. "Your quirk requires it." Stain smiled. "Then you understand why you cannot defeat me." Izuku raised his weapon. "Actually, that makes things easier." Stain attacked. Izuku moved backward. The blade missed. Stain changed direction. Izuku blocked. Clang. Stain's second blade came from below. Izuku jumped. The blade passed beneath him. He landed. Stain kicked. Izuku blocked with his forearm. Boom. He slid backward. Stain rushed forward. Izuku suddenly accelerated. Whoosh. He moved around Stain, then struck the sword from his hand. Clang. The weapon flew across the alley. Stain immediately reached for his second blade. Izuku kicked it away. The sword landed several meters away. Stain stared. Izuku pointed his weapon at him. "It's over." Stain smiled. "You haven't won." He suddenly lunged toward Tenya. Izuku's eyes widened. "Iida." Tenya raised his arms. Stain's blade came closer. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He appeared between them. Clang. The sword struck Izuku's armor. Stain's eyes widened. Izuku grabbed his wrist. "I told you." He twisted. Stain dropped the sword. "Stay away from my classmates." Stain struggled. Izuku held him firmly. But the villain suddenly extended his tongue toward the small wound on Izuku's glove. Izuku immediately pulled away. "Don't." Stain attempted again. Izuku understood what he was trying to do. Blood. He didn't intend to give Stain the opportunity. The Time Force armor protected most of his body. But a small tear had appeared near his forearm. Stain noticed. He rushed toward it. Izuku stepped backward, then remembered his training. Don't fight according to the opponent's rules. Change the battlefield. Izuku pressed a button on his morpher. A bright energy field appeared around his body. Stain's movement slowed as the field pushed him away. What? Izuku stepped forward. You can't use my blood if you can't reach it. Stain suddenly threw a knife. Whoosh. Izuku moved his head. The knife passed by. Then another. Whoosh. Izuku deflected it. Stain charged. Izuku switched his weapon. The Time Force blade appeared. Clang. He struck Stain's sword arm. Stain staggered. Izuku struck his leg. Stain fell to one knee. Then Izuku stopped. He could have continued. Instead, he lowered his weapon. I'm giving you one chance. Stain looked up. To surrender. Stain laughed. You think a criminal like me will surrender to a child? Izuku's expression remained calm. Then I'll restrain you. Stain charged one final time. Izuku waited. The moment Stain entered range. Whoosh. Izuku moved. He avoided the sword, caught Stain's wrist, turned, and used the villain's momentum against him. Stain fell. Izuku pinned his arm. The sword landed several meters away. Tenya stared. Midoriya. Izuku looked at him. Call the police. Tenya nodded. He activated his communicator. Hosu Police, this is Tenya Iida. The hero killer has been restrained. Sirens could be heard in the distance. Stain remained on the ground. He stared at Izuku. You don't understand. Izuku looked at him. Understand what? This society is filled with false heroes. Izuku remained silent. Stain continued. Heroes who seek fame. Heroes who seek money. Heroes who care more about popularity than justice. Izuku nodded. Some probably do. Stain's eyes widened slightly. Then you admit it. Of course. Izuku looked toward Tenya. But that doesn't mean every hero is false. Stain clenched his teeth. Izuku continued. I've met people who risked themselves to protect strangers. He remembered the students at U.A. Aizawa, All Might, Ochako, Tenya. That's enough for me. Stain stared at him. You sound like a fool. Maybe. Izuku looked at the approaching lights. But I'm still going to help people. The police arrived. Several officers surrounded the alley. Pro-heroes followed shortly afterward. Izuku stepped away. Tenya approached him. Midoriya. Yes. Thank you. Izuku nodded. You're welcome. Tenya lowered his head. I should have listened when you told me to step back. You were angry. That is no excuse. Izuku looked at him. You're alive. Tenya looked up. That's what matters. Stain was taken away. The alley became quiet. Izuku looked down at his armor. The Time Force symbol was still glowing. Then the Master Morpher displayed a message. Mission complete. Izuku blinked. Mission. The display changed. Protect life. Preserve justice. The message disappeared. Izuku smiled slightly. I can work with that. The armor vanished. Izuku returned to his normal clothes. Later that evening, Izuku stood on a rooftop overlooking Hosu. The city lights stretched across the horizon. Tenya had been taken to the hospital for treatment. The authorities were questioning the other heroes involved. Izuku had already given his statement. He should have been finished for the night. But the Master Morpher began vibrating. Beep. Izuku looked down. A new Ranger key was glowing. Black. The symbol belonged to the Shadow Ranger. Izuku stared at it. You're giving me another one. The key pulsed. Izuku sighed. All right. He placed it beside the others. Then he looked toward the city. Somewhere in the distance, another emergency signal appeared. This one was faint, but it was getting closer. Izuku's expression changed. What now? The Morphin grid answered with another pulse. Beep. The next mission had already begun. The interrogation room was quiet. Izuku sat across from Stain. The hero killer was restrained and surrounded by police officers. His weapons had been removed. The room was secure, yet Stain continued staring at Izuku. Izuku looked up. Yes. You're different from the others. Izuku sighed. I've heard that a lot lately. Stain ignored the comment. You fight like a hero, but your power isn't a quirk. Izuku remained silent. Stain leaned forward as much as his restraints allowed. What are you? Izuku Midoriya. That's not what I asked. It's still the answer. Stain's eyes narrowed. The door opened. Tenya entered. His injuries had been treated, and although he was still tired, he was conscious and able to walk. Izuku looked at him. You should be resting. I wanted to thank you properly. Tenya approached. You saved my life. Izuku shook his head. You were already fighting for your brother. Tenya lowered his head. I allowed my anger to control me. Stain laughed. And that is precisely why you are unworthy. Tenya's fists tightened. Izuku noticed. Iida. Tenya looked at him. Don't listen to him. Stain stared at Izuku. Why? Because he wants you angry. Stain's expression changed. Izuku continued. He wants you to prove his point. Tenya slowly relaxed his hands. Stain remained silent. Izuku looked toward the hero killer. You keep talking about false heroes. Stain nodded. Because there are too many. And you decided that killing them was the solution. Those who are corrupt must be removed. Izuku shook his head. That's not justice. Stain's eyes narrowed. Then what is justice? Izuku paused. He thought about the lessons from the Morphin grid. The ranger training. The countless heroes whose powers now existed within his morpher. He remembered something the Red Ranger had told him. A ranger wasn't defined by the suit. It was defined by the choice to protect people. Izuku looked directly at Stain. Justice isn't about deciding who deserves to live. Stain remained silent. It's about protecting people from harm. Even criminals. Yes. Stain frowned. Even those who have done terrible things. Yes. Why? Because if heroes start deciding whose life has value, they're no longer protecting everyone. Tenya listened quietly. Stain stared at Izuku. You sound naive. Izuku shrugged. Maybe. Stain leaned back. Then tell me. His voice became colder. What makes someone a true hero? Izuku answered immediately. Someone who protects people when they need help. Stain shook his head. Too simple. Then here's another. Izuku leaned forward. Someone who doesn't abandon people just because there's nothing to gain. Stain's eyes narrowed. Continue. Someone who doesn't need applause to do the right thing. Stain stopped smiling. Izuku continued. Someone who doesn't decide that another person's life is worthless. Silence. And someone who can admit when they're wrong. Tenya looked at Izuku. Stain's expression became difficult to read. The master morpher suddenly vibrated beneath Izuku's clothes. Beep. Izuku looked down. A black ranger key glowed faintly. The Shadow Ranger. Stain noticed the movement. That device. Izuku covered it with his hand. Nothing. Stain laughed. You're hiding something. Yes. Why? Because I don't need everyone knowing everything about me. Stain stared. You fear being exposed. Izuku shook his head. Number. Then why hide? Because power attracts attention. Izuku looked toward the window. And attention can become dangerous. Stain remained quiet. A police officer entered the room. Midoriya, your statement is complete. Izuku stood. All right. Tenya turned toward him. Midoriya. Izuku looked back. Thank you again. Izuku nodded. Take care of yourself. Tenya smiled. I will. Izuku walked toward the door. Stain suddenly spoke. Midoriya. Izuku stopped. What? You said you protect everyone. Yes. Even me. Izuku turned. Yes. Stain stared at him. Izuku continued. That's why you're being arrested instead of killed. Stain's expression shifted. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then he looked away. Outside the interrogation room, Izuku walked through the police station. The master morpher vibrated again. Beep. He pulled it out. The Shadow Ranger key was glowing brighter. Izuku looked at it. What now? The key projected a small symbol. A shield, then a sword, then the image of a black ranger. Izuku understood. Shadow Ranger. The key pulsed. Izuku inserted it. Click. Shadow Ranger. Black energy briefly surrounded him. The armor appeared for less than a second. Then disappeared. Izuku stared at the morpher. That was different. A voice came through the device. Justice requires judgment. Izuku looked around. Who said that? No answer. He looked back at the key. Great. Later that night, Izuku returned to the agency. His mentor was waiting. You disappeared earlier. Izuku nodded. There was an emergency. The hero killer. Yes. The hero stared at him. You fought him. Yes. Alone. Mostly. The hero looked at his damaged clothing. And you're fine. Yes. How? Izuku gave the answer he had used countless times. Training. The hero sighed. You really are strange. Izuku smiled. I've heard that too. The next morning, the news was everywhere. Hero killer Stain captured. Students involved in Hosu incident. Mysterious armor-wearing student assists heroes. Izuku stared at the television. His face appeared on the screen. That's not good. His mother looked at him. Izuku. Yes. Why are you on television? Long story. She stared. You said you were doing an internship. I was. And then, there was a villain. And, I helped. His mother sighed. Of course you did. Later, Izuku walked through the city. People were beginning to recognize him. Some whispered. Others pointed. That's him. The student from Hosu. The one with the strange armor. Izuku lowered his head. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid. The master morpher vibrated. Beep. Izuku looked down. A new signal appeared. Emergency detected. Izuku stopped. The location wasn't in Hosu. It was somewhere else. Far away. Then another signal appeared. And another. Izuku's expression changed. Multiple emergencies. The Morphin grid began pulsing rapidly. Beep. 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 The ranger keys responded one after another. Red. Blue. Green. Yellow. Black. White. Silver. Gold. Izuku stared. This wasn't normal. Something much larger was approaching. That night, inside the Morphin grid, Izuku stood before the Ranger Legends. The Red Ranger stepped forward. The next stage is beginning. Izuku looked around. What stage? The battlefield behind them changed. A forest appeared, then a mountain, then a city, then a massive battlefield. Finally, the image stopped on a dark forest camp. Izuku stared. Where is that? Your world. What's going to happen there? The Red Ranger didn't answer. Instead, another image appeared. Villains, flames, students, and a young man surrounded by muscle fibers. Izuku's expression hardened. That's not going to end well. The Red Ranger nodded. You will have to choose. Choose what? Which power you need? Izuku reached toward his master morpher. I have hundreds. Then choose wisely. Izuku woke before sunrise. He sat on his bed. The image from the Morphin grid remained in his mind. A forest, students, villains, a dangerous attack. He looked at the master morpher. One key was glowing. Jungle Fury Red. Izuku picked it up. Looks like I'll need this. He placed the key back inside. Then another key began glowing. Dino Thunder. Then another. S.P.D. Then another. Mighty Morphin. Izuku stared. All of them. The master morpher flashed. Beep. Izuku slowly smiled. All right. He stood. If something's coming. He secured the morpher beneath his uniform. Then he'll be ready. Outside his window, the sun began rising. Far away, beyond the city, a forest waited, and something powerful was already moving through it. The police station had become unusually busy. News crews had gathered outside. Hero agencies had sent representatives. Police officers moved through the corridors while investigators collected evidence from the Hosu incident. At the center of it all was the captured hero killer. Stain sat inside a reinforced holding room. His arms were secured. His weapons had been confiscated. Yet his eyes remained sharp. He was still watching everyone who entered. Izuku stood several meters away from the room. His master morpher was hidden beneath his jacket. The Shadow Ranger key was glowing. Beep. Izuku looked down. You really like this form. The key flashed again. Izuku sighed. Fine. A police officer approached. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Yes. We've reviewed the footage from the alley. The officer handed him a tablet. Your movements were extremely precise. Izuku looked at the recording. He watched himself dodge Stain's attacks. Block the sword. Disarm him. Restrain him. The officer continued. You could have seriously injured him several times. I didn't want to. Why? Izuku looked at the screen. Because the objective was to stop him. The officer nodded. Not punish him. Exactly. The officer smiled slightly. That's a surprisingly mature answer. Izuku shrugged. It's simpler that way. Inside the holding room, Stain suddenly spoke. You're still here. Izuku looked toward him. Yes. Why? The police asked me to identify some equipment. Stain watched him carefully. You don't belong in this world. Izuku blinked. That's dramatic. Your power. Stain leaned forward. That armor. Those weapons. Your speed. Izuku remained silent. You aren't using a quirk. Correct. Then what are you? Izuku looked at the Shadow Ranger key. Something different. Stain stared. And you intend to become a hero? Yes. Why? Izuku thought for a moment. Because people need help. Stain frowned. Nothing more. That's enough. Stain suddenly smiled. Then prove it. Izuku looked at him. Prove what? Prove that you aren't another false hero. Izuku walked closer to the glass. How? Kill me. The room became silent. The officer beside Izuku looked shocked. Stain continued. If you truly believe in your so-called justice, then eliminate the villain standing before you. Izuku shook his head. Number. Why? Because that's not my job. Stain's expression hardened. Coward. Izuku didn't react. Maybe. He turned away. But you're still going to court. Later that afternoon, Izuku returned to the agency. His mentor had prepared a training room. You'll need to work on your control. Izuku nodded. Because of the ranger forms. Yes. I thought I was doing fine. The mentor pointed toward the training equipment. You destroyed 3 targets yesterday. Izuku looked at them. They were targets. They were expensive targets. Izuku looked away. I'll be more careful. Izuku entered the training room. He activated the Master Morpher. Click. Shadow Ranger. Black armor surrounded him. The Shadow Saber appeared in his hand. Izuku raised it. The training machines activated. Beep. 5 targets moved simultaneously. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. The first target was struck. Clang. The second. Clang. The third. Clang. The remaining 2 fired energy projectiles. Izuku blocked both. Then he turned. 1 slash. The targets stopped. Beep. Training complete. Izuku stared. Too easy. The mentor looked through the observation window. Then increased the difficulty. The machines activated again. This time there were 20. Izuku sighed. Fine. The battle lasted less than a minute. Whoosh. Clang. Boom. 1 target exploded. Another was sliced apart. Another was pinned against the wall. Izuku moved between them with precise steps. The Shadow Ranger armor allowed him to remain nearly invisible between movements. He wasn't simply faster. He was harder to track. The last machine fired. Izuku disappeared, then reappeared directly beside it. He placed the Shadow Saber against its core. Done. Beep. The machine shut down. Izuku removed his helmet. His mentor stared at him. You're becoming frighteningly efficient. Izuku shrugged. The grid taught me. That evening, Izuku received a message. Stain has been transferred. He looked at the screen. Then another message appeared. Public trial pending. Izuku nodded. Good. The Shadow Ranger key stopped glowing. For the first time in days, the Master Morpher was completely silent. Izuku placed it on his desk. He expected the night to be peaceful. It wasn't. A strange pulse passed through the room. Izuku's eyes opened. The Master Morpher floated several centimeters above the desk. Every Ranger key began glowing. Izuku stood. What is happening? The room disappeared. He was back inside the Morphin grid. The Ranger legend stood around him. The Red Ranger stepped forward. The time has come. Izuku frowned. For what? Your next trial. The battlefield changed. A forest appeared. Izuku recognized it. The same forest from his previous vision. The training camp. The Red Ranger nodded. Yes. Izuku watched the image. Students were walking through the forest. Then, flames appeared. Boom. Villains emerged from the trees. The scene changed rapidly. Muscular. Dabi. Toga. Twice. More villains. Izuku's expression became serious. When? Soon. How soon? The Red Ranger looked toward him. Very. Izuku returned to his bedroom. He immediately checked the calendar. The U.A. training camp was approaching. He understood now why the Morphin grid had been showing him those images. This wasn't a random vision. It was a warning. Izuku reached for the Master Morpher. The Jungle Fury red key was glowing. He picked it up. Jungle Fury. The key pulsed. Then the Dino Thunder key began glowing. Then the Mighty Morphin key. Then the S.P.D. key. Izuku stared at the collection. You're expecting a big fight. The Morphin grid gave no answer. Izuku placed the keys into the Morpher. The next morning, Izuku arrived at U.A. Class 1A was already gathered. Everyone was discussing the upcoming training camp. Mina was excited. Kaminari was nervous. Hiroshima was looking forward to the physical training. Bakugo was already complaining. Izuku sat quietly. Tenya approached him. Midoriya. Yes. Are you looking forward to the training camp? Izuku looked at him. Not particularly. Tenya adjusted his glasses. It should be an excellent opportunity to improve our abilities. Probably. Tenya smiled. You seem unusually distracted. Izuku looked toward the window. I had a strange dream. Another one. Izuku nodded. Something's going to happen. Tenya's expression became serious. What kind of something? Izuku looked back at the class. I don't know yet. The teacher entered. The classroom became quiet. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The teacher announced the details of the upcoming training camp. The students cheered. Izuku didn't. His hand rested over the Master Morpher beneath his uniform. The Jungle Fury red key was warm. He could feel the Morphin grid responding. Somewhere far away, villains were preparing. Izuku looked out the window. They're coming. The Master Morpher flashed once. Beep. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He didn't know when the attack would begin. He didn't know how many villains would appear. But this time, he wouldn't be caught unprepared. That night, Izuku entered the Morphin grid once more. The Ranger legends were waiting. But this time, there was someone else. A massive white tiger spirit stood behind them. Izuku stared. Jungle Fury. The spirit lowered its head. Izuku stepped forward. The tiger's eyes glowed. A powerful surge of energy entered the Master Morpher. The Jungle Fury key transformed. New markings appeared across its surface. Master Mode. Izuku stared at it. So that's what you meant. The Red Ranger nodded. You will need more than strength. Izuku closed his hand around the key. What will I need? Control. Izuku nodded. Then teach me. The battlefield appeared. The tiger spirit charged. Izuku raised his fists. Whoosh. The training began. Hours later, Izuku woke in his bed. Morning sunlight entered through the window. His body felt tired, but his movements were sharper than before. He reached for the Master Morpher. The Jungle Fury Master Key was resting inside. Izuku smiled faintly. All right. He stood. Let's see what happens. Outside, the city was peaceful. For now. But somewhere beyond it, the villains were already gathering. And the next battle would be far larger than Hosu. The bus climbed higher into the mountains. Trees surrounded the road on both sides, forming a thick green wall that blocked most of the sunlight. Inside the bus, Class 1A was anything but quiet. How much longer? We've been driving forever. This is going to be amazing. I wonder what kind of training we'll do. Izuku sat near the window. His forehead rested against the glass. He wasn't listening to the conversation. His attention was fixed on the Master Morpher beneath his jacket. The Jungle Fury Master Key had been glowing since they left Beep. Izuku lowered his eyes. Still, the key flashed once, then went silent. Izuku looked outside. The forest seemed normal. Birds flew between the trees. The wind moved through the branches. Nothing looked dangerous, but his ranger instincts disagreed. Something was wrong. The bus finally stopped. The students stepped outside. A huge forest stretched ahead of them. Their teachers explained the rules for the training camp. The wild pussycats would supervise their exercises. Everyone was excited. Izuku wasn't. He looked toward the trees. A faint pulse traveled through the Master Morpher. Beep. His hand tightened around it. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Tenya stood behind him. Are you all right? Yes. You seem distracted. Izuku glanced toward the forest. I'm just watching. Tenya followed his gaze. For what? I don't know yet. The training began. Class 1A was divided into groups. Students ran through the forest. Some climbed. Some fought artificial monsters. Others practiced controlling their quirks. Izuku moved through the trees at a steady pace. He could have transformed. He didn't. Not yet. His ranger training told him to conserve energy until the situation demanded it. He jumped across a stream. Landed on a branch. Then stopped. A strange sensation passed through him. Izuku looked toward the northern side of the forest. There. He could feel something. Not a ranger signal. Not a quirk. Something hostile. He reached for his communicator. Nothing. No signal. Izuku frowned. That's not good. Night fell. The students gathered around the camp. Everyone was exhausted. Izuku sat slightly away from the others. His Master Morpher was on his lap. The Jungle Fury Master Key glowed faintly. He stared at it. You're still warning me. The key pulsed. Izuku looked toward the forest. Then, boom. A distant explosion shook the trees. Everyone froze. Another explosion followed. Boom. The teachers immediately stood. Everyone stayed together. Izuku was already on his feet. The students looked toward the forest. Lights flickered between the trees. Voices echoed. Then a scream. Izuku's expression changed. They're here. Villains emerged from the darkness. 1, 5, 10. More followed. The students scattered as teachers moved to intercept them. Izuku looked around. Everyone, stay with your groups. Another explosion erupted. Boom. Trees fell. Smoke spread through the camp. Izuku heard a familiar voice. Where's that green-haired kid? Izuku's eyes narrowed. Muscular stepped through the smoke. His body was covered in enlarged muscle fibers. There you are. Izuku stared at him. You know me. Muscular grinned. We heard about the weird ranger kid. Izuku sighed. Of course. Muscular charged. Whoosh. Izuku jumped backward. The ground exploded where he had been standing. Boom. Muscular swung again. Izuku blocked with both arms. The impact pushed him through several trees. Crash. He landed. Muscular laughed. That all you've got? Izuku stood. Number. He reached for the Master Morpher. But I was hoping not to use it. The Jungle Fury Master Key snapped into place. Click. Jungle Fury Red. Red energy erupted around Izuku. His armor formed. The helmet locked into position. The Jungle Fury suit surrounded his body. Muscular stared. There it is. Izuku raised his fists. Muscular charged again. Boom. Their fists collided. The shockwave blasted leaves from nearby trees. Izuku slid backward. Muscular smiled. Strong. Izuku looked at his fist. Stronger than I expected. Muscular attacked again. Izuku ducked. His fist struck Muscular's stomach. Boom. Muscular flew backward. He crashed through a tree. Crack. Izuku didn't wait. He rushed forward. Whoosh. Muscular recovered and swung. Izuku blocked. Another strike. Izuku dodged. Another. He ducked. Then struck twice. Boom. Muscular stumbled. Izuku moved behind him. Kick. Boom. Muscular was thrown across the clearing. Muscular rose slowly. His smile disappeared. You think some fancy armor is enough? His muscles expanded. More fibers appeared across his body. His power increased. Izuku watched. So that's your quirk. Muscular roared. Roar. He charged. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Crack. Izuku raised his fists. The Jungle Fury energy responded. He remembered his training. Don't meet overwhelming strength with strength. Redirect. Izuku waited. Muscular swung. At the final moment, Izuku moved sideways. He grabbed Muscular's arm. Then used his momentum. Whoosh. Muscular was thrown over Izuku's shoulder. Boom. He hit the ground. Before he could rise, Izuku placed one foot against his back. Stay down. Muscular struggled. Get off me. Izuku pressed harder. Number. Another explosion erupted nearby. Boom. Izuku turned. Dabi stood between the trees. Blue flames illuminated his face. He looked toward Izuku. Another hero kid. Izuku stared at him. You're with them. Dabi smiled. Looks like it. Blue flames gathered around his hand. Izuku moved. The fire swept across the clearing. He jumped over it. The flames struck the trees behind him. Izuku landed. Dabi launched another attack. Izuku raised his arm. The Jungle Fury armor absorbed the heat. He rushed forward. Dabi's eyes widened. What? Izuku punched. Dabi blocked. Boom. The impact pushed him backward. Izuku followed. Another punch. Dabi dodged. Blue flames erupted between them. Izuku jumped. He flipped over the flames. Then landed behind Dabi. Dabi turned. Izuku kicked him. Boom. Dabi flew through the air. But more villains appeared. Izuku looked around. The camp was becoming chaotic. Students were fighting. Teachers were trying to protect them. Smoke covered the forest. The enemy numbers kept increasing. Izuku's communicator finally activated. Static filled his helmet. Midoriya. It was Aizawa. Get to the students. Izuku looked toward the camp. Understood. He started moving. Then stopped. A scream came from the trees. Izuku turned. A group of villains had cornered several students. He immediately ran. Whoosh. He reached them. One villain attacked. Izuku blocked. Another attacked from behind. He spun. Kick. Boom. The villain fell. Everyone moved. The students ran. Izuku remained behind. More villains approached. He clenched his fists. There are too many. The Jungle Fury Master Key glowed. The White Tiger Spirit appeared behind him. Izuku's eyes widened. You're here. The spirit roared. Roar. Energy flooded his armor. The Jungle Fury suit transformed. New armor formed across his shoulders. The helmet changed. Claws of energy appeared around his fists. The entire forest seemed to vibrate. The villains stopped. One of them whispered, "What the hell is that?" Izuku stepped forward. Jungle Fury Master Mode. Whom? Red energy exploded outward. The villains were thrown backward. Boom. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He struck one villain. Then another. Then another. His movements were faster than before. He didn't attack randomly. Every movement had a purpose. A punch. A kick. A block. A counter. One villain tried to escape. Izuku grabbed him. Not yet. He threw him into a pile of fallen enemies. Boom. Muscular suddenly broke free. I'm not done. He charged. Izuku turned. Muscular's fist came down. Izuku caught it. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Crack. Muscular pushed harder. Izuku's arms trembled. Then the white tiger energy surged through his armor. Izuku's strength increased. My turn. He twisted. Muscular was thrown into the air. Izuku jumped after him. Whoosh. He struck Muscular once. Boom. Muscular dropped. Izuku landed. Muscular didn't move. Dabi watched from a distance. His expression became serious. That's enough. Blue flames gathered around both hands. Whom? A massive wave of fire spread through the forest. Izuku turned. The flames were heading toward the camp. Toward the students. Number. He raised both hands. The jungle fury energy expanded. A barrier appeared. Whom? Fire crashed into it. The barrier shook. Izuku pushed forward. Everyone. The students looked toward him. Get behind me. They moved. The flames continued hitting the barrier. Boom. Izuku's boots slid backward. The ground cracked. Crack. He gritted his teeth. Move. The students ran. The moment they were clear, Izuku released the barrier. Whom? The remaining fire shot upward. The flames disappeared into the night sky. Dabi stared. What are you? Izuku looked at him. A student. That's not a normal student. I know. Dabi raised his hand. Another blue flame appeared. But before he could attack, whoosh, a capture weapon wrapped around his arm. Aizawa landed nearby. Enough. Dabi looked toward him. Then toward Izuku. This isn't over. He released the flame. Smoke covered the area. When it cleared, Dabi was gone. Izuku looked around. He escaped. Aizawa looked at him. You saved those students. Izuku nodded. That's what I was supposed to do. Aizawa looked at his armor. We're going to have a long conversation about that later. Izuku sighed. I figured. The forest remained chaotic. Villains continued moving through the camp. Izuku looked toward the mountains. His master morpher began vibrating again. Beep. The jungle fury key faded. Another key appeared. Mighty Morphin white. Izuku stared at it. Then another. Dino thunder red. Then another. S.P.D. Shadow. His eyes narrowed. The Morphin grid was telling him something. This wasn't just an attack. Someone was looking for him. Izuku closed his hand around the morpher. Then let them come. He looked toward his classmates. The jungle fury armor remained active. The white tiger spirit appeared behind him once more. Izuku stepped forward. He's not letting anyone touch them. The forest shook as another explosion echoed in the distance. Boom. Izuku raised his fists. The night was far from over. The forest had become a battlefield. Smoke drifted between the trees. Broken branches covered the ground, while distant explosions continued echoing through the mountains. Boom. Izuku stood near the center of the camp. His jungle fury master mode armor was still active. The white tiger spirit hovered behind him, its enormous form visible through the red energy surrounding his body. Several students had gathered behind Aizawa. Most of them were exhausted. Some had minor injuries, but everyone was still standing. Izuku looked around. Where's Bakugo? Nobody answered. His eyes narrowed. Where's Bakugo? Kirishima stepped forward. He's gone. Izuku froze. What? The villains took him. For several seconds, Izuku didn't move. Then his master morpher began vibrating. Beep. The ranger keys inside responded simultaneously. Izuku looked down. One particular key was glowing red, with the symbol of in space. He understood immediately. They've taken him. Aizawa looked at him. Midoriya. Izuku turned. I'm going after him. Number. Izuku stared. Why? Because this is exactly what the villains want. Aizawa stepped closer. They want us to chase them. Izuku looked toward the forest. Then I'll chase them. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Alone? Yes. Absolutely not. Izuku sighed. Then what do you suggest? Aizawa didn't answer immediately. Before he could continue, Izuku's communicator activated. Static filled his helmet. Then a distorted voice came through. If you want your explosive friend back. Izuku's expression hardened. Come find us. The transmission ended. Silence followed. Izuku looked at Aizawa. Now we know where they're going. The remaining teachers organized the students. The villains had already begun retreating. Izuku knew they wouldn't get far. He reached beneath his armor. The Jungle Fury key disappeared. Another key appeared. Red. In space. He inserted it into the morpher. Click. In space red. The Jungle Fury armor disappeared. A new red suit formed around him. The helmet locked into place. Izuku looked toward the dark forest. I'll bring him back. Aizawa grabbed his shoulder. Midoriya. Izuku looked back. Don't take unnecessary risks. Izuku nodded. I won't. Then he disappeared. Whoosh. Izuku moved through the forest. The in-space red armor enhanced his speed and mobility. He followed the traces left behind by the villains. Broken branches. Footprints. Residual energy. He reached a clearing. Nothing. Izuku stopped. They're covering their tracks. The master morpher vibrated. Beep. A faint signal appeared. Izuku turned toward the west. There. He accelerated. Whoosh. Minutes later, Izuku reached a mountain road. A vehicle was moving in the distance. He raised his communicator. I found them. A voice answered. Are you sure? Yes. Don't engage alone. Izuku looked at the vehicle. I'm already here. He jumped. Whoosh. He landed on the roof. The vehicle swerved. Izuku grabbed the edge. Inside, several villains shouted. What the hell? He's on the roof. Izuku looked through the windshield. Bakugo was inside. His hands were restrained. Bakugo. Bakugo looked up. Deku. Izuku smashed through the roof. Boom. The villains scattered. Izuku dropped into the vehicle. You okay? Bakugo glared. Get these off me. Izuku cut the restraints. Bakugo immediately stood. What took you so long? Izuku stared. Seriously. I've been waiting. You're welcome. I didn't say thanks. Izuku sighed. Of course. The villains attacked. One fired a weapon. Whoosh. Izuku dodged. Another swung a metal pipe. Clang. Izuku blocked it. Bakugo blasted the attacker. Boom. The villain crashed against the side of the vehicle. I can fight too. Izuku nodded. I know. Another villain attacked from behind. Izuku turned. The in-space armor moved instantly. He blocked the attack, then kicked the villain out of the vehicle. Whoosh. Bakugo stared. Show off. Izuku looked at him. You're welcome again. Shut up. The vehicle suddenly stopped. Screech. Both students looked forward. Several villains surrounded them. Izuku stepped outside. Bakugo followed. More enemies appeared from the trees. This is the entire group. Izuku looked around. Probably. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Good. Izuku reached for the morpher. You stay behind me. Like hell. Bakugo charged. Boom. Izuku sighed. He never listens. The battle began. Explosions filled the clearing. Boom. Bakugo moved rapidly between the enemies. Izuku fought beside him. Their styles were completely different. Bakugo attacked aggressively. Izuku moved defensively, controlling the battlefield and preventing enemies from surrounding them. A villain rushed toward Bakugo. Izuku blocked him. Another attacked Izuku. Bakugo blasted him away. Boom. They looked at each other. Don't get in my way. Same to you. They turned away. Then attacked again. A portal appeared. Black mist spread across the clearing. Izuku immediately recognized it. Teleporter. Aizawa had warned them about the villain with the warp ability. The mist expanded. Bakugo looked toward it. What is that? Izuku raised his weapon. Bad news. A figure emerged. You two have caused enough trouble. Izuku stepped forward. Where's the rest of your group? The figure didn't answer. Instead, another portal opened behind them. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You're trying to separate us. The portal expanded. Izuku grabbed Bakugo. Jump. What? Izuku pulled him forward. Whoosh. They leapt through the portal together. They emerged inside a dark building. Bakugo landed beside Izuku. Where are we? Izuku looked around. Large metal containers filled the room. Several doors surrounded them. Somewhere underground. Bakugo looked toward the entrance. Villains. Yes. Footsteps approached. Izuku reached for his morpher. The red key remained active. But another key began glowing. Black. Shadow Ranger. Izuku smiled slightly. Perfect. He inserted the key. Click. Shadow Ranger. Whom? The red armor transformed. Black armor covered his body. The shadow saber appeared in his hand. Bakugo stared. Another one. Yes. How many of those do you have? Izuku looked at the morpher. A lot. That's stupid. Probably. Izuku activated the invisibility system. Whom? His body vanished. Bakugo looked around. Deku. No answer. A villain entered. Where are they? Bakugo grinned. Then he heard Izuku's voice beside him. Behind you. The villain turned. Nothing. Then, clang. The shadow saber struck his weapon. He dropped it. Izuku reappeared. 1. Another villain entered. Izuku vanished again. Whoosh. 2. Another fell. 3. Bakugo stared. This is creepy. It's useful. They continued through the building. Izuku remained invisible. He disabled security cameras. He opened locked doors. He disarmed traps. He located the villains. Finally, he found the room where Bakugo had originally been held. Several communication devices were scattered across a table. Izuku examined them. They're planning something. Bakugo walked over. What? Izuku activated one of the screens. A map appeared. Kamino Ward. Bakugo frowned. What's that? A meeting point. For the villains. Yes. Bakugo looked at him. Then let's go. Izuku shook his head. Not yet. Why? Because there's something else. He pointed at the screen. A name appeared. All for one. Bakugo's expression changed. Who's that? Izuku stared at the name. He had never heard it before. But the Morphin grid had. The master morpher began vibrating violently. Beep, beep, beep. Every ranger key began glowing. Izuku's eyes widened. That's bad. The entire building shook. Boom. Dust fell from the ceiling. Bakugo looked around. What was that? Izuku didn't answer. Another explosion. Boom. The lights went out. Darkness covered the room. Then a voice echoed through the building. The ranger. Izuku looked toward the corridor. Someone was coming. Slow footsteps approached. Step, step, step. Izuku raised the shadow saber. Bakugo prepared his explosions. The door opened. A tall figure stood in the darkness. Izuku stared. The master morpher reacted violently. The Morphin grid surged through his body. Whom? The figure smiled. So you're the one carrying that strange power. Izuku tightened his grip. Who are you? The man didn't answer. Instead, he raised one hand. Several stolen quirks activated simultaneously. Izuku's visor displayed multiple energy signatures. Bakugo stepped backward. What the hell? Izuku recognized the danger immediately. This wasn't an ordinary villain. This was someone who could steal and use quirks. The figure stepped forward. Give me your morpher. Izuku stared at him. Number. The figure smiled. Then I'll take it. The master morpher opened. Ranger keys rose into the air. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, silver, gold. Izuku's armor began changing. The Shadow Ranger form disappeared. A new energy surrounded him. The Morphin grid erupted. Izuku lowered his stance. Bakugo stood beside him. Deku. Yes. We're getting out of here. Izuku nodded. Agreed. He raised his morpher. But first, the Ranger keys began spinning. We need to make an opening. The entire building shook. The figure raised his hand. And the battle for Kamino began. The room shook again. Boom. Dust fell from the ceiling. Izuku stood between Bakugo and the mysterious villain. The master morpher continued glowing. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, silver. Every Ranger key was responding to the presence of the man standing before them. Izuku stared through his visor. The figure remained completely calm. You possess an interesting power. Izuku tightened his grip around the morpher. You keep saying that. The man smiled. And you keep refusing to answer. Because I don't have an answer you would like. Bakugo looked between them. Deku. Who is this guy? Izuku didn't take his eyes off the villain. Someone dangerous. The man chuckled. An accurate observation. He raised one hand. Several quirks activated simultaneously. A shockwave erupted. Izuku crossed his arms. The impact slammed into his armor. Boom. He was pushed backward. His boots carved lines across the floor. Bakugo was thrown against a wall. Bakugo. I'm fine. The villain smiled. Impressive. Izuku slowly straightened. That's enough. The master morpher opened. Click. Mighty Morphin white. White energy surrounded him. His armor changed. The White Ranger helmet appeared. The Saba materialized in his hand. The villain watched carefully. Another transformation. Izuku charged. Whoosh. Their weapons collided. Clang. The villain blocked. Izuku swung again. Clang. Another strike. Clang. The villain stepped backward. Izuku accelerated. Whoosh. The Saba moved from one direction to another. The villain continued blocking. Then he suddenly grabbed the blade. Izuku's eyes widened. The villain's hand tightened. Crack. The weapon began breaking. Izuku immediately released it. He jumped backward. The villain threw the broken weapon aside. Your equipment is impressive. Izuku looked at the broken Saba. You broke it. Yes. I don't like that. Bakugo charged from the side. Boom. His explosion struck the villain. Smoke filled the room. Bakugo grinned. Got him. Izuku didn't relax. Number. The smoke disappeared. The villain was still standing. Bakugo's expression changed. Seriously. The villain raised his hand. A powerful blast struck Bakugo. Izuku moved instantly. Whoosh. He appeared between them. The blast hit his armor. Boom. Izuku was thrown through a wall. Crash. Deku. Izuku landed inside another room. He slowly stood. The armor flickered. That one hurt. The villain walked through the hole. You possess remarkable durability. Izuku looked at him. You're annoying. The villain raised his hand again. Izuku reached for the morpher. Click. Zeo Ranger 5. Golden energy surrounded him. The white armor transformed into Zeo armor. His power increased. The villain attacked. Izuku blocked. Boom. The floor cracked beneath them. Izuku countered. Boom. The villain was pushed backward. He recovered quickly. Izuku attacked again. Clang. The villain blocked. Izuku switched weapons. Whoosh. A golden energy blade struck. The villain dodged. Then grabbed Izuku by the arm. Your power comes from an external source. Izuku struggled. Let go. Not a quirk. The villain's eyes narrowed. Interesting. His fingers tightened. Perhaps I can take it. Izuku's visor flashed. Warning symbols appeared. The Master Morpher began vibrating violently. Beep, beep, beep. The Morphin grid reacted. A wave of energy erupted from Izuku's body. The villain was blasted away. He crashed into a wall. Boom. Izuku landed. Don't touch my Morpher. The villain slowly stood. His expression remained calm. You don't understand what you're carrying. Izuku raised his weapon. Then explain it. The power you possess doesn't belong to this world. Izuku remained silent. Your society believes every extraordinary ability is a quirk. The villain smiled. But your power is something else. Izuku glanced at the Master Morpher. I already knew that. The difference is that I understand how power works. The villain extended his hand. I take what others possess. Izuku shook his head. Not this. The villain activated multiple quirks. Air pressure, strength, speed, energy blasts. All of them combined. The attack rushed toward Izuku. Izuku raised his Morpher. Click. S.P.D. red. Red energy surrounded him. He accelerated. Whoosh. He dodged the first blast. Another came. He jumped. Another. He slid beneath it. Another. He twisted. The attacks destroyed the walls behind him. Boom. Izuku moved faster. The villain tracked him. Speed. Izuku disappeared. Strength. Whoosh. Izuku struck. Boom. The villain blocked. Defense. Another strike. Boom. Reflexes. Another. Clang. The villain was pushed backward. You have learned to combine abilities. Izuku stepped forward. That's the point. The villain suddenly released a massive shockwave. Izuku crossed his arms. The force pushed him backward. He looked at the Master Morpher. Several keys began glowing. One after another. Dino Thunder red. Ninja Storm blue. Jungle Fury red. Time Force red. S.P.D. Shadow. Super Megaforce. Izuku understood. The grid wasn't asking him to choose one. It was giving him access to all of them. He smiled. All right. The villain watched. What are you planning? Izuku inserted the Super Megaforce key. Click. Super Megaforce. Gold energy erupted around him. His armor transformed. Then dozens of ranger symbols appeared across his armor. The villain stared. What is this? Izuku raised the Morpher. History. Ranger silhouettes appeared behind Izuku. Mighty Morphin. Zeo. Turbo. In Space. Lost Galaxy. Lightspeed Rescue. Time Force. Wild Force. Ninja Storm. Dino Thunder. S.P.D. Mystic Force. Jungle Fury. RPM. Samurai. And countless others. Each silhouette carried its own weapon. Each one radiated Morphin energy. The villain stared. For the first time, his expression changed. How many powers do you possess? Izuku looked at the ranger silhouettes. I don't know. The villain's smile disappeared. Then I'll take all of them. He charged. Izuku raised his Morpher. The ranger silhouettes moved. Whoosh. The villain was struck from multiple directions. Clang. Boom. Whoosh. He blocked several attacks. Another ranger appeared. Then another. The villain activated more quirks. His strength increased. His speed increased. His body became more durable. He released another massive blast. Boom. The ranger silhouettes scattered. Izuku jumped backward. The villain rushed him. Izuku switched forms. Click. Dino Thunder red. Red energy surrounded him. Izuku raised the Dino blade. The villain swung. Clang. Izuku blocked. Then changed again. Click. Jungle Fury red. He struck with a powerful martial arts combination. Boom. The villain staggered. Izuku switched again. Click. Time Force red. Whoosh. He accelerated. A strike landed. Boom. The villain flew backward. Izuku didn't give him time to recover. Click. S.P.D. Shadow. Black energy surrounded him. He disappeared. Whoosh. The shadow saber struck the villain's weapon. Clang. The weapon fell. The villain looked at the fallen weapon. Then at Izuku. You were wasting your potential. Izuku stared. Maybe. With your power, you could rule this society. Not interested. You could become the strongest being alive. Also not interested. Then what do you want? Izuku paused. To protect people. The villain laughed. Such a simple answer. It's enough. The villain raised both hands. Every stolen quirk activated. The building shook violently. Crack. Walls began collapsing. Bakugo looked around. Deku. Izuku turned. Get out. What? Take the others and leave. Bakugo frowned. And you? Izuku looked toward the villain. I'll handle him. You can't be serious. I am. Bakugo clenched his fists. Fine. He turned. But don't lose. Izuku smiled faintly. I won't. Bakugo disappeared through the corridor. Izuku turned back. The villain stood in the center of the room. Alone at last. Izuku raised the Master Morpher. Yeah. The villain attacked. Whom? Izuku blocked. The floor beneath him cracked. Crack. He pushed forward. The villain increased his strength. Izuku switched forms. Click. Mighty Morphin Red. Whom? Red armor formed. The power sword appeared. Izuku swung. Clang. The villain blocked. Izuku attacked again. Clang. Again. Clang. The villain grabbed the sword. Izuku released it. Then switched. Click. Dino Thunder Red. Whom? The Dino blade appeared. Slash. The villain dodged. Izuku switched. Click. Ninja Storm Blue. Whoosh. He disappeared. The villain looked around. Izuku struck from behind. Boom. The battle continued. Every transformation changed the rhythm. Strength. Speed. Martial arts. Technology. Magic. Energy. Izuku combined them seamlessly. The villain continued adapting. Eventually, both stopped. The room was nearly destroyed. Izuku's armor was damaged. The villain's clothes were torn. But neither had fallen. The villain looked at the Master Morpher. I understand now. Izuku remained silent. Your power isn't stored inside the device. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The device is only a gateway. The villain smiled. The true power is connected to you. Izuku tightened his grip. Yes. Then I'll simply take it from you. The villain extended his hand. Nothing happened. He frowned. He tried again. Still nothing. Izuku looked at him. Didn't work. The villain's expression changed. Impossible. He activated another quirk. Nothing. Another. Nothing. The Morphin grid suddenly surged. Whom? A massive wave of energy spread through the building. The villain staggered. What is this? Izuku raised the Morpher. The grid. I can steal quirks. Mine isn't one. The villain stared. Izuku continued. You can steal abilities that exist as part of someone's biology. The Ranger keys began glowing. But this isn't stored in my cells. Red energy surrounded him. It isn't stored in my brain. Blue energy joined it. It isn't stored in my blood. Green energy appeared. It's connected to something much bigger. Gold and silver energy joined the others. And you can't steal a connection. The villain attempted one final attack. Whom? Izuku raised his hand. The entire attack stopped. Silence. The energy remained suspended in midair. Izuku looked at it, then slowly moved his hand. The attack changed direction. Whoosh. It shot harmlessly into the sky. Boom. The clouds above the city split apart. The villain stared. Izuku lowered his hand. It's over. Sirens approached. Multiple heroes were arriving. The villain looked toward the entrance. Then back at Izuku. This isn't finished. Izuku nodded. Probably not. The villain smiled. You'll see me again. Izuku looked at the damaged building. I was hoping you'd say that. The villain frowned. Why? Because now I know who I'm dealing with. Izuku's communicator activated. Aizawa's voice came through. Midoriya, report. Izuku looked around. Bakugo is safe. And you? Fine. What about the villain? Izuku looked at the man standing across from him. Restrained. Aizawa paused. Who is he? Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. The grid was silent. I don't know. The villain smiled. Izuku continued. But I'll find out. Outside, heroes surrounded the building. Izuku walked out with the others. Bakugo was waiting. He looked at Izuku's damaged armor. You look terrible. Izuku looked at him. You're welcome. I didn't thank you. You keep saying that. Bakugo grinned. Next time, I'm fighting him. Izuku sighed. You can try. Far above the city, the clouds slowly closed. Izuku looked upward. The Master Morpher remained in his hand. The Ranger keys had stopped glowing. For now. But one final key began pulsing. A strange symbol appeared. A combination of every Ranger emblem. Izuku stared at it. What is this? The Morpher projected 3 words. Master Ranger Mode. Izuku's eyes widened. The Morphin grid had another transformation waiting. And this one was different from everything he had used before. The city had finally gone quiet. Kamino Ward was still surrounded by emergency crews, police officers, and pro heroes. The battle had ended. Bakugo was safe. The villains had been captured. And the mysterious man who had tried to steal Izuku's power was being restrained. Yet Izuku couldn't relax. He stood on the roof of a nearby building, staring at the Master Morpher. The strange key was still glowing. Master Ranger Mode. Izuku pressed the button. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. Of course. The device suddenly projected a message. Access requires complete synchronization. Izuku frowned. Complete synchronization with what? The answer appeared. The Morphin grid. Izuku looked toward the sky. How? The Master Morpher began glowing. A column of colored energy descended from the clouds. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, silver, pink, purple. Every color associated with the Ranger powers appeared. Izuku raised his arm to shield his eyes. The energy surrounded him. Then everything disappeared. Izuku opened his eyes. He was standing inside the Morphin grid. But the battlefield was different. There were no enemies, no buildings, no training machines, only an endless field of glowing energy. Thousands of Ranger symbols floated in the air. Izuku slowly turned. You're all here. The Ranger legends appeared. The Red Ranger stood at the front. Beside him were other legendary Ranger silhouettes. Izuku recognized some. Others were unfamiliar. Each one carried a different weapon. The Red Ranger stepped forward. You have reached the final stage. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. Master Ranger Mode. The Ranger nodded. Yes. What does it do? Everything. Izuku blinked. That's not very specific. The Red Ranger smiled. You will understand. The Ranger silhouettes began moving. One by one, their powers flowed toward Izuku. Red energy entered his right arm. Blue energy surrounded his left. Green energy moved across his chest. Yellow energy covered his legs. Black energy formed around his back. White energy spread across his helmet. Gold and silver energy surrounded the armor. Then dozens more colors appeared. Each Ranger power connected to him. Izuku felt the Morphin grid flowing through his body. Not painful, not overwhelming, just enormous. He raised his hand. The energy responded. He lowered it. The energy followed. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. So I don't need to choose anymore. The Red Ranger nodded. Not for this form. I can access all of them simultaneously. Yes. Izuku stared at the countless Ranger symbols. That's going to be difficult to control. You have been training for this. Izuku smiled. Fair enough. The Master Morpher opened. Every Ranger key rose into the air. They began rotating around Izuku. Faster. Faster, faster, whoosh. The keys formed a massive circle. Then they vanished into the armor. Izuku's suit changed. Red became the primary color. But it was surrounded by lines of blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, and silver. Different ranger symbols appeared across the chest. The helmet combined elements from multiple ranger eras. The visor glowed brightly. A massive energy field surrounded him. Izuku looked down at his hands. This is new. The Red Ranger nodded. This is your Master Ranger form. Izuku raised his hand. A power sword appeared. He closed his hand. The sword transformed into another weapon. Then another. Then another. Power sword. Dino blade. Shadow saber. Spin sword. Time force weaponry. S.P.D. Equipment. Mystic force staff. Jungle fury weapons. All of them could be summoned instantly. Izuku lowered his hand. That's convenient. The Red Ranger suddenly raised his weapon. Now. Izuku looked forward. Now what? The battlefield changed. A massive army appeared. Thousands of monsters and machines filled the horizon. Izuku stared. Again. The Red Ranger nodded. This time, they will not fight one at a time. The army charged. Izuku raised his hand. Fine. He disappeared. Whoosh. He reappeared in the middle of the army. The first monster attacked. Izuku blocked. Clang. He struck. Boom. The monster flew backward. Another attacked. Izuku changed weapons. Slash. Another fell. 3 more surrounded him. Izuku's armor released a burst of energy. All 3 were pushed away. He continued moving. The army became larger. More machines appeared. Giant monsters. Flying drones. Armored soldiers. Massive war machines. Izuku looked upward. This is excessive. The Master Morpher responded with a pulse. Izuku sighed. Fine. He raised both hands. Red energy gathered in one. Blue in the other. Green and yellow followed. Then black and white. Gold and silver. The energy continued growing. The entire battlefield shook. Izuku brought his hands together. A massive sphere of multicolored energy formed. He threw it. Boom. The sphere expanded. A shockwave crossed the battlefield. Hundreds of enemies disappeared beneath the energy. But the largest machines remained. Izuku stared. They survived. The machines charged. He smiled. Good. Izuku raised the Master Morpher. Master Ranger. The armor responded. A gigantic energy field appeared behind him. Ranger symbols formed within it. Dozens. Hundreds. The silhouettes of legendary rangers appeared. Each one raised a weapon. Izuku raised his sword. Full grid slash. Every ranger silhouette attacked simultaneously. Whoosh. Hundreds of energy blades crossed the battlefield. Boom. The machines were destroyed, one after another. The final war machine attempted to escape. Izuku pointed. Not so fast. The ranger energy followed it. Whoosh. Boom. The machine vanished. Silence returned. The Red Ranger walked toward Izuku. You have mastered the grid. Izuku looked at the armor. So that's it. Yes. Izuku scratched the back of his helmet. That was easier than expected. The Red Ranger laughed. You have spent years preparing for this. Izuku looked around. What happens now? The grid is yours to protect. Izuku nodded. All right. The Red Ranger stepped backward. Then return. The battlefield began disappearing. Izuku raised his hand. Wait. The Ranger stopped. What? Will I still be able to use the individual forms? Yes. Good. Izuku smiled. I like some of them better. Izuku woke on the rooftop. The sun was beginning to rise. The city below was slowly becoming active. Cars moved through the streets. People began leaving their homes. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. The strange key was gone. Instead, a new symbol appeared on the device. A complete circle of ranger colors. Izuku touched it. The Master Ranger symbol glowed. So it worked. A voice came from behind him. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Aizawa stood near the rooftop entrance. Izuku blinked. How did you get up here? Stairs. Right. Aizawa looked at the morpher. We need to talk. Izuku sighed. I figured. Aizawa stepped closer. All Might told me what happened. Izuku remained silent. You fought the villain responsible for the incident. Yes. And you used several different forms. Yes. Then you apparently activated something new. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. Yes. Aizawa stared at him. How powerful is it? Izuku thought for a moment. Very. That's not an answer. It's the safest answer. Aizawa sighed. You're impossible. Izuku smiled. I've heard that before. Aizawa looked toward the city. There's another problem. Izuku's smile disappeared. What? The public saw you. Izuku knew exactly what he meant. Cameras. News reports. The mysterious ranger. His powers were no longer a secret. Aizawa continued. People are asking questions. Izuku looked down. I expected that. You. Wants you to continue as a student. Izuku looked surprised. Even after all this. Yes. Why? Because you're still a student. Aizawa turned toward him. And because whatever this power is, you need to learn how to use it responsibly. Izuku nodded. Understood. The next morning, newspapers covered the city. Mysterious Ranger saves Kami number. Quirkless U. Student displays unprecedented power. Who is the Master Ranger? Izuku stared at the headlines. This is bad. His mother looked over. Izuku. Yes. Are you famous now? Hopefully not. She laughed. You're definitely famous. Izuku lowered his head. Great. At you. The students gathered in class. Everyone was talking. Midoriya. Was that really you? How many ranger forms do you have? Can you transform into every ranger? Do you have a giant robot? Izuku sat at his desk. One question at a time. Kaminari leaned forward. How many forms? Izuku paused. Many. Mina gasped. How many is many? More than 10. 20. More. 50. Izuku looked away. More. The classroom became silent. Bakugo slammed his hand onto the desk. How many? Izuku sighed. I stopped counting. Everyone stared. Aizawa entered. The class became quiet. Enough. Everyone returned to their seats. Aizawa looked at Izuku. Midoriya. Yes. We'll be discussing your ranger abilities later. Izuku nodded. Okay. Aizawa turned toward the class. For now, prepare yourselves. For what? Aizawa looked at them. The next phase of your training. Izuku looked toward the window. The Morphin grid was quiet. For the first time since his journey began, he wasn't receiving warnings. No glowing keys. No emergency signals. No visions. Nothing. Izuku leaned back. Peaceful. Then, beep. The Master Morpher vibrated. Izuku slowly looked down. One ranger key began glowing. Then another. Then another. Izuku stared. You've got to be kidding. Aizawa looked over. What is it? Izuku quickly covered the morpher. Nothing. The device vibrated again. Beep. 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 Izuku sighed. The Morphin grid had detected another threat. But this time, it wasn't coming from a villain in Japan. A signal appeared on the morpher. Global threat detected. Izuku stared at the message. Then at the countless ranger keys. So much for a quiet school year. Outside the classroom window, the sky remained clear. For now, and somewhere beyond Japan, something powerful had just awakened. The classroom was unusually quiet. Izuku sat at his desk, staring at the Master Morpher hidden beneath his uniform. The global threat signal had disappeared several hours ago. Nothing had happened. No alarms. No villains. No emergency broadcasts. Yet the Morphin grid remained active. Beep. Izuku looked down. One ranger key was glowing. Then another. Then another. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, silver. Izuku frowned. That's a lot. The Master Morpher projected a small symbol. Global synchronization. Izuku stared at it. Global synchronization. The symbol changed. All ranger powers available. Izuku's eyes widened. All of them. The device pulsed. That night, Izuku entered the Morphin grid. The landscape had changed. Instead of an endless battlefield, he stood above a massive planet. Earth. Millions of lights covered its surface. Each light represented a person. Izuku looked around. What's happening? The Red Ranger appeared beside him. The grid has recognized you. Izuku frowned. Recognized me as what? It's Master Ranger. Izuku stared. That's a little dramatic. The Red Ranger smiled. You have access to the powers of generations. I know. You have learned their techniques. Mostly. And you have proven that you will use them to protect others. Izuku looked at the planet below. So, the Red Ranger pointed toward the horizon. A massive wave of darkness appeared. It spread across the planet. Izuku's expression changed. What is that? An invasion. The image changed. Multiple cities appeared. Strange machines descended from the sky. Alien creatures emerged from portals. Villains appeared across different countries. Heroes fought back. But the invasion continued. Izuku watched silently. How many? Too many to count. Izuku sighed. Of course. The Red Ranger looked at him. You can stop them. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. Alone. You won't be alone. Behind him, countless Ranger silhouettes appeared. Mighty Morphin, Zeo, Turbo, In Space, Lost Galaxy, Lightspeed Rescue, Time Force, Wild Force, Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, S.P.D, Mystic Force, Jungle Fury, RPM, Samurai, Megaforce, and countless others. Izuku looked back. All of them. All of them. Izuku raised the Master Morpher. Then let's go. The Morphin grid erupted. Izuku woke in his bedroom. His eyes opened immediately. The Master Morpher was floating above his desk. Every Ranger key was glowing. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the device. A column of energy shot through the ceiling. The sky above the city changed. Red, blue, green, gold, silver, white. Every color of the Morphin grid illuminated the clouds. People across the city looked upward. Izuku stood at the window. Well, he put on the Morpher. That's subtle. A's emergency alarm activated. Beep, beep, beep. Students rushed through the halls. Aizawa appeared at the main entrance. Everyone stay inside. Izuku arrived moments later. What's happening? Aizawa looked toward the sky. We don't know. A massive portal opened above the city. Several enormous machines emerged. Students stared. What are those? Izuku looked at his Morpher. The device identified them immediately. Grid anomaly. Izuku frowned. They aren't ordinary villains. Aizawa looked at him. Can you stop them? Izuku nodded. Yes. How? Izuku raised the Master Morpher. Like this. Click. Master Ranger. Energy erupted around Izuku. His armor formed. Red became the primary color. Blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, silver, and countless other colors appeared across the suit. The Master Ranger armor was complete. The stadium-sized energy field behind him expanded. Students stared. Kaminari whispered. That's insane. Hiroshima grinned. That's so manly. Bakugo clenched his fists. Show off. Izuku looked toward the sky. I'll be back. Aizawa stared. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Yes. Don't destroy the city. Izuku paused. I'll try. Aizawa sighed. That's not reassuring. Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He flew into the sky. The first machine attacked. Whom? A massive energy beam fired. Izuku raised his hand. The beam stopped. Silence. He moved his fingers. The beam reversed direction. Whoosh. Boom. The machine exploded. Another appeared. Izuku transformed weapons instantly. A power bow appeared. He fired. Whoosh. The arrow struck the machine. Boom. Another fell. 3 more surrounded him. Izuku activated different ranger abilities simultaneously. Speed, strength, flight, energy manipulation, teleportation. The machines couldn't keep up. Whoosh. Izuku vanished. Reappeared. Boom. Another enemy fell. He appeared above the next. Slash. Another. The invasion spread across the city. Izuku looked down. There were too many enemies. He needed help. The Master Ranger armor responded. Izuku raised both hands. Ranger deployment. Whom? The Morphin grid opened. Dozens of Ranger energy signatures appeared across the city. Not physical copies. Energy constructs. Each one carried a different Ranger power. They descended. Whoosh. The streets filled with Ranger silhouettes. Students watching from U.A. stared in disbelief. There are hundreds. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. So that's what he meant by having access to every Ranger. Izuku flew higher. Above the clouds, a gigantic enemy ship hovered over the city. It was enormous. Much larger than anything he had fought before. Izuku looked at it. That's the main one. The ship opened. A massive cannon emerged. Izuku raised his morpher. All right. The cannon charged. Whom? Energy filled the sky. Izuku gathered the Ranger powers. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, silver. Every Ranger symbol appeared around him. The Master Morpher opened. Izuku raised his weapon. Full grid slash. Whom? The entire sky became filled with Ranger energy. The attack launched. Whoosh. It struck the ship. Boom. The ship began breaking apart. Izuku pushed harder. Full grid. The energy expanded. Boom. The enemy ship exploded harmlessly into fragments of fading energy. The portal above the city began closing. One by one, the remaining machines disappeared. Silence returned. Izuku floated above the city. The Master Ranger armor slowly faded. Whom? He returned to his normal appearance. He looked down. The city was still standing. People were safe. U.A. was safe. He smiled. Good. Then he heard cheering. Thousands of people were looking upward. Cameras were recording. Heroes were pointing toward him. The news helicopters had arrived. Izuku's expression dropped. Oh. His communicator activated. Aizawa's voice came through. Midoriya. Yes. You're on every news channel. Izuku closed his eyes. Great. The next morning, the entire world knew. News reports appeared everywhere. Quirkless student becomes world's strongest ranger. Mysterious Master Ranger saves multiple cities. Who is Izuku Midoriya? The hero without a quirk. Izuku sat at home watching the television. His mother sat beside him. Izuku. Yes. You're famous. Apparently. How many ranger forms do you have? Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. I stopped counting. His mother laughed. Well, at least you're helping people. Izuku nodded. That's the plan. Weeks passed. The invasion became a major international incident. Governments began contacting U.A. Hero agencies requested information. Scientists wanted to study the Morphin grid. Izuku refused almost all of them. He didn't want fame. He didn't want sponsorships. He didn't want statues. He just wanted to continue studying. And occasionally train inside the Morphin grid. One afternoon, Izuku sat in the classroom. The other students were talking around him. Bakugo was arguing. Kaminari was joking. Mina was laughing. Tenya was explaining something. Ochako was smiling. Izuku looked around. For once, he wasn't thinking about the next battle. The Master Morpher remained silent. No emergency signals. No glowing keys. Nothing. Izuku leaned back. Finally. Then the classroom door opened. Aizawa entered. Everyone. The class became quiet. Aizawa looked toward Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Yes. You've been selected for a special assignment. Izuku sighed. Of course. Aizawa continued. International hero agencies want you to participate in a joint operation. Izuku stared. What kind? Rescue and disaster prevention. Izuku thought for a moment. All right. Aizawa looked surprised. You agreed quickly. Because it's rescue. Aizawa nodded. Good. That night, Izuku returned to the Morphin grid. The Ranger legends were waiting. The Red Ranger stepped forward. You've completed your journey. Izuku looked around. Completed. You are no longer simply a student carrying Ranger powers. Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. Then what am I? The Red Ranger smiled. You are the Master Ranger. Izuku remained silent. Then he smiled. That's a little embarrassing. The Ranger laughed. You don't have to use the title. Good. Izuku looked toward the endless grid. I'll just be Izuku. The Ranger silhouettes appeared behind him. Thousands of colors illuminated the dimension. Each Ranger power remained connected to the Master Morpher. Izuku raised his hand. The powers responded. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, silver. Every color. Every generation. Every legacy. Izuku looked at them. I'll protect them. The Red Ranger nodded. Then the grid is yours. Light filled the dimension. Izuku woke the next morning. Sunlight entered his room. He reached for the Master Morpher. It remained quiet. He placed it beneath his uniform. Then he walked downstairs. His mother had prepared breakfast. Morning. Izuku. Morning. He sat down. For once, there was no emergency. No villain attack. No giant monster. No alien invasion. Just breakfast. Izuku took a bite. Then his communicator beeped. Beep. He froze. His mother looked at him. Another emergency. Izuku checked the message. Minor traffic accident. Assistance requested. He stared at it. Seriously. His mother smiled. Looks like you're needed. Izuku stood. I'll be back. He grabbed his jacket. Then paused. Mom. Yes. I might be late. Why? Izuku looked at the Master Morpher. A Ranger key was glowing. Apparently, being a hero isn't very quiet. He walked outside. The morning sun illuminated the street. Izuku smiled. Then activated the Morpher. Click. Master Ranger. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, gold, and silver energy surrounded him. The transformation completed. Izuku looked toward the city. Then he launched into the sky. Whoosh! The Master Ranger was ready. And somewhere within the Morphin grid, countless Ranger legends watched over their chosen successor. Izuku Midoriya was still quirkless. But he was no longer powerless. He was the grid hero. The Master Ranger.